Just a good old boy, never meaning no harm. These all you never saw, been in trouble with the law since the day they was born. Straightening the curve, flattening the hill. Someday the mountain might get them, but the Lord never will. Making their way, the only way they know how. That's just a little bit more than the law will allow. Yeah. Making their way, the only way they know how. Boogity, 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 boogity. That's just a little bit more than the law will allow. Well, I'm a good old boy. You know my mama loved me, but she can't understand to keep a showing my hands and my face on TV.
And quite frankly, Prof is a fucking terrorist. A fucking pedophile, sympathizing fucking terrorist.
Bruh. right. Welcome to the Late Show. It's Friday, and we're late as shit. So apologize for that, but welcome on in. Hey, we're going to have fun tonight and talk about some concerning things, but hey, it's Friday. You can give me a break, okay? Can't always be on time. Actually, can never be on time. So I would be remiss to show up early. Anyhow, I want to say hello to everyone who's here, and just start off that way. Hell, what else can I do? Okay, so we'll say hello to everyone, and then we'll get the ball rolling here. All right. So we got Critter Mama. What's up, Critter Mama? Is this a hair? Is this a hair? What we got here? Okay. We got Critter Mama. We got Deb731 reminding everyone to check out the link tree. Okay. If you need to get into contact with me, whatever, get in touch. Send me any kind of support, any emails, check out my other platforms and all that. Go ahead, do that at Linktree. So Deb put the Linktree there, and I pinned it at the top of the chat, so everyone should be straight on that. What's up, Becky? All right, we got Silence Woman in here, Goddess, Matt Payton, Christopher, Snoop Sleuth says, "What's up, everybody? Happy Friday." Today's Friday, February 6th, as we're recording this live stream. So we want to welcome everyone here to your Friday, February 6th. Boy, we're already almost halfway into February. And hey, it's my birthday month. So you guys, wish me a happy birthday, okay? Fur Baby Daddy, what's up? Rebecca Ann says hello. Brenda Mays is here. Mercedes Gillen. Quadaxel Mimi is saying hello to the entire damn live chat. What's up, Quadaxel? Dennis McKean. Hello to you, Moonbeam 70s Child. We got Matt Payton. Okay. Who's her daddy? It's in here. Did I say Critter Mama yet? Dieter. Hi, Dieter. Good to see you. Lisa's here. Hey, Lisa's driving. Please don't text while you drive, Lisa. Silence Woman. Hello, Silence Woman is here. Thanks for being here. Nicole Watt, Sweet Southern. What's up? Brenda Mays is here. Who else is in here? Monday's here. Swade Smith. Erica's here. Hey, Erica. Okay, we got Maria Alma. Okay, Quadaxel Mimi still saying hello to everybody. Okay. Court of Public Opinion, hello to you. Are you checking out those Epstein files? We'll be talking about that. Ninja Warrior Assassin, good to see you. Okay, who else? Well. So many. Georgina Taylor, welcome, Miss Taylor. Good to see you. Okay. All right. Who else is here? Jamie Blair, hello to you. 4 pit bulls across America, running from the law since the day they was born. Okay, hello to you. All right. Victims News on Air, Erica says hello to everybody. All right, good to see you guys. Right. Venue 3, that's Noe. What's up, Noe? Noe's in here. Pizzagate Delphi. Oh, yeah. Hey, we got a spider. Can you guys see that? What the world? Go. Enjoy. We got a spider dropping in to join the chat and say hello. What's up, MJ Lewis? Good to see you. All right. The bird is in the house tonight. Troll Patrol. Our guest tonight is Troll Patrol. Okay. Noi Amos. All right. Let's see where we are. Swade Smith's making it in here. Okay. She made it in. All right. Snoop Sleuth, what's up? Happy Friday to you. Dieter says, what up? Moonbeam 70s Child. But actually, Mimi still saying hello to everyone. God damn it. Okay, so we got Digital here. Hey, Digital. Also, Trial Junkie. What's up, Trial Junkie? Everyone subscribe to Trial Junkie and Victims News on Air. Hey, would you please post their links real quick? Please post the link for Trial Junkie and the link for Victims News on Air, Erica Morse. Please do. I would love to get them some subscribers over there. All right. So what's up? Yes, ma'am, Suede. Yes, ma'am. We got Necessary Evil, Charles Godwin. Welcome, Charles. Cheers. Charles is a reformed troll farm member. He's coming in to say hello. Okay, we got everyone else in here. Glitter Twitch or Glitter Witch. Christina's here. Hey, Christina. Good to see you. All right, right. What's up, everybody? Who else? Got anyone else? All right. So, did y'all put the links for Trial Junkie and Erica yet? No? Maybe they can put their own links. Sorry, I can't do it on the fly. I'm not too good. Who's getting together? Who's forgetting? Is it how many pizza parties a year did Unified Command have? Okay. Okay, blah, blah, blah. Elizabeth Jones, hello to you. What's up, Elizabeth Jones 2088? All right. Thank you, Christina. Thank you, Christina. Yeah, Victims News on air, close to the 1,000 subs goal. So please do go over to her channel and subscribe. And like I said, also go on, do me a favor, go on to Trial Junkie. Noe, relax, Noe, relax. Yeah, Christina too. Oh, hey, Christina. All right. All right. Yes, it does, Suede. I think we're brother-sister there. We're siblings. All right. So, yeah. Ooh, thank you. Christina is holding it down tonight. Oh, thanks, Christina. Yeah, please try post Christina's channel, too. So we got Christina, Erica, and Trial Junkie. Please go support my besties over here, okay? Do me a favor. You won't regret it. Now, boy, what do we want to talk about? Well, tonight's show, let's talk about that. Let's start with a few things. You guys are kind of killing me. You must have been drinking already. It's Friday night. Everyone's partying. Woot, woot. I'm rooting for you guys. Okay. So, Delphi, the good old boys, and terrorist troll farm system of North Central Indiana. Drum roll. Okay. All right, let's do it. Let's do it. I must be annoying. Okay, ready? I'm going to explain to you the subject of the night. The good old boys and terrorist troll farm system of North Central Indiana. Yeah, and North Kentucky, too. Anyhow, that's what we're talking about. And we'll talk about why. But let's talk about this. So the Epstein files are at the top of the news cycle, right? So we'll be getting into that soon because what I've been doing, I've been nosing around, okay? I've been doing a little nosing around. And, hey, here's the problem. Now, I came out swinging about a year or two ago. You guys might remember I dug into the Q post on 4chan. We did a couple episodes on that. And, of course, no one cared. No one cared. But there's people out here that are 5-10 years ahead, okay? Then there are people down here or out here that are 5-10 years behind. And so, no, Pizzagate, right? Pizzagate. Pizzagate was real. It is real. Everything is real, okay? Hello? Everything is real. And the thing about that is... so now we're looking at the Epstein files, right? In which we're getting confirmation of these keywords. Because what did this Pizzagate scenario stem from, right? What did it stem from? Well, the FBI had revealed some concerning information regarding keywords and symbolism of the pedophiles. Remember the little spiral, okay? The little hearts and the butterflies, the pizza, all the key terms, right? That's real. That's real. And not only is it real, but it's an evolving thing because as law enforcement and the public begin to learn and become aware of these terms and latch on to them, then these predators, they have to switch up the vocabulary and they have to keep things moving. And so that happens, right? That happens. So these terms that were discovered or revealed 10 years ago or so that we're talking about in the Pizzagate conspiracy and Epstein files, those terms are no longer being used. Surely they've moved on to other terms. And you can kind of see that if you dig into some of the 764 Roblox predation type of things that have been disclosed in the past year, whistleblowers coming out and hackers who've gotten into that. You can already see that the terminologies are changing. And of course that will continue to happen. So I don't want to get stuck on let's not get stuck on any certain terms, okay? Because that's ridiculous. You get stuck on certain terms because these terms are evolving. It's kind of like slang, you know? You try to talk like 1980s New York rappers, you're going to look like an idiot these days. But the language constantly changes and evolves, so be aware of that. So we're not just going to be talking about one or two terms, but the things term, but the terms change. But what doesn't change is the behavior and the networks, okay? And that's where we're really interested, and that's why we're talking about the good old boys and terrorists troll farm system of North Central Indiana, because it is my hypothesis that what we're seeing with this Dropbox, and when I say Dropbox, I know it's sort of a catchphrase, right? It's kind of like we used to talk about the shack. Of course, no one talks about that anywhere more, but we still believe in the shack. We know that's where Abby and Libby, that was one of the locations that they were hidden in, okay, because they were moved several times, according to the best information that we have at our access, or at our disposal, or we have access to. We know they were moved several times, and one of those places was a sort of, I guess, structure. Okay, so anyhow, we used to say shack attack, but now we say now what we're talking about now is Dropbox. Okay, because we're getting out of the particular crime of Libby and Abby and looking into the overarching area of concern. So this key term, Dropbox, catchphrase, whatever you want to call it, what do we mean by that? What do we mean by that? You know, what do we mean? Well, I think what's going to help maybe set off some light bulbs in your hair is that what we mean by that is something extremely similar to Jeffrey Epstein's enterprise, okay, where the Epstein enterprise was doing the same thing, but, you know, based upon his circle of friends and people that he had networked with. Well, what we're saying here with the Dropbox, quote unquote, is sort of the same as the Epstein files. We're talking about a Dropbox that has the same implications, nothing different whatsoever. Okay, nothing different whatsoever, not at all. Okay? Essentially, it's a reflection of the Epstein files, but based out of Indiana, and I would say the Midwest in general, because what it's looking like is these particular victims are gathered up from Indiana, from Kentucky, from Ohio, and from Illinois. And excuse me, ladies and gentlemen, go look at a map of Indiana. Go look at a map of Indiana. Look at the surrounding states. So if Indiana is the hub, which we know Indianapolis is the hub, Indy is the hub. If Indiana is the hub, then all of the surrounding zones are also included in this, because they're not looking for victims strictly by the limitations of the border of Indiana. They're looking for victims within a good driving distance to go snatch up and kidnap. So the concept here is that when they are getting onto Snapchat and onto Kick and onto Facebook and these places that they're going and catfishing these children, what they're doing is they're looking basically in the region that's a reasonable driving distance. Now, of course, some may be willing to drive across the country. So you will find there have been several examples, even in the news in the past year or two, where individuals have driven over 1,000 miles or more to go and grab a victim. But it's our assumption right now that primarily what we're looking at is a Midwestern network. So where these perpetrators have probably been attempting to keep the victims within a reasonable driving distance, which is in the state of Indiana and one state over. So they might be willing to drive to Kentucky. They might be willing to drive to Ohio. They might be willing to drive to Philadelphia or Chicago or even Madison, Wisconsin or something, or even, you know, um, I don't know, what do you call it? Effingham. That anything within a reasonable driving distance from the locale where these individuals are, which really does appear to be centered in the northern central portion of Indiana. So keep that in mind when we're talking about the Dropbox. We're not just limited in our thinking to Keegan Klein particularly, and whoever was accessing his Dropbox in particular, but we're talking about a metaphor of sorts. We're talking about the people of a similar nature who may or may not have been directly tied to Keegan Klein, but tied to this network of child sex traffickers and pedophiles who altogether that ilk uh, looking around in the tri-state area or in the region to try and see uh, w- which children or what kids they can snatch within a reasonable driving distance. Okay, so there are levels to this. So the reason I'm mentioning all this because when I say the good old boys and terrorist troll farm system, it's my opinion that these are the enforcers, okay, or the defenders. These are the people who are doing the dirty work or the groundwork, okay? And I think there's several levels to that. So let me talk about that a bit. I think primarily what we're dealing with the good old boys are this very incestuous mix of law enforcement, politicians, uh, CIs, and the biker clubs. So what we're seeing here, as we've been uncovering connections in all of these people who have been doing all of the terrorizing and uh, and the narrative control, what it looks like is that a large number of these individuals who are working on behalf of law enforcement directly, boots on the ground, that they are CIs. Okay, they are CIs. And additionally, there's this very strange tie to the Hells Angels and the Outlaws affiliated clubs. So, as we've pulled on threads with all of these individuals, you would not believe the disproportionate amount of these terrorist troll farm members who are directly affiliated with the biker clubs, meaning directly affiliated with the Hells Angels out of Indiana and the Outlaws. Okay, it's being it would be important to note that these clubs run all the way up to Michigan and Wisconsin and throughout Illinois and over into Ohio and all the way down to Florida. It's very important to note that. Okay. And of course, you've consistently heard me say that I believe that there is controlled opposition. Okay. Now, regarding controlled opposition, we're not going to address that tonight, but it is not any different. Okay. The controlled opposition would also be working on behalf of law enforcement. Okay. But maintaining a plausible deniability. So they would be more distant, less vocal about their ties to law enforcement. Okay. And the prosecutor's office. So it's my theory and understanding that the main leaders who are running the controlled opposition aspect of the narrative control campaign around Delphi, intending to keep this tie to child trafficking covered up, they are also law enforcement adjacent individuals. And yes, I'm talking about all of the biggest YouTubers who line themselves or call themselves cranks. The leaders of that group, the biggest parties of that group, are law enforcement adjacent individuals, and it can be proven, and I will be proving it to you. Remember, I've always said I never show all my cards at once. Uh, this is a slow go. But anyway, we're not going to talk about that aspect of law enforcement's campaign tonight. We're going to focus on the more obvious ones, okay? The good old boys and the terrorist troll farm, okay? Because why? Well, because these are the ones who are most obviously working on behalf of the prosecutor and law enforcement in aiding this cover up. They are the locals, okay? They are all connected because, look, we've already uncovered connections of some of these troll farm members to people like Courtney Allwine, okay? People like Nicholas McClellan, right? People like Becky Patty, people like Dennis Randall, okay? So we know that there's a deep tie here. There's a very deep tie. And remember, our whistleblower, Charles, revealed to us that the troll farm was in direct contact with David Vito, Kevin Hammond, and Jerry Holman. So if you are still gaslighting or acting like you can't see that, maybe you should go dig through our previous content, because we've done so much explication and demonstration of the actual factual, okay? Everything 100% backed up by receipts in form of proof, not receipts that are just a willy-nilly captured receipts and thrown around. No, we're talking about actual factual proof-based receipts that we've posted to accompany the statements we are making. So that should be of interest to you, you know. And if you're acting like you don't understand yet, well, go watch our previous content, okay? Because we're not going to sit here and baby-splain it to you and hold your hands, okay? We've done a lot of that. You know, we have to keep pushing forward with what we're doing. It's hard to keep up with what's happening. And like I said, we have these Epstein files dropping. I'm diving deeply into them because there is a connection here. Okay, there is a connection. Like I said, it might not be a direct connection. Don't expect a direct connection. But look, how do networks work? Remember, in the study of terrorism during the George Bush era, we learned that there are cells. Okay, there are cells. So when you have a network, this network is a huge organism, right? But it consists of many, many, many cells that are all linked together. And that's exactly what we're talking about. Okay? We believe that what we're dealing with in Delphi on the ground is a particular cell. Okay? And what we're dealing with in the online sphere is consisting of several different cells. I believe there's a cell of CIs that are Indiana-based who are working. I believe there's a cell of sex workers who are working. I believe there's a cell of dark web pedophile lurkers who are working. And there's a cell of hackers. There's a cell of cops. There's a bunch of cells, okay? And so this, in Delphi, we're just dealing with a particular subset or a cell of the bigger picture, okay, where Epstein was one of the largest cells that you know about because it involved the wealthy and the politicians on an international basis. But there's all kind of cells, okay, and they're everywhere. And these cells, I'm sure that the contingent that we're dealing with in Delphi are connected to the Delphi murders and Keegan Klein. I believe that particular cell is no different to the other cells or the largest cell, and is probably directly tied by these threads. Whether you're talking about someone high up, like a governor, like a state police superintendent, like attorney general, or deputy or assistant attorney generals, you're talking about cells. And keep in mind that one of the tie that binds all of these is the Masonic lodges. Indiana being the one of the most infested states in the entire world of Freemasons, which makes coordination and networking and all of this communication and collaboration that much more easy, because they facilitate organization, and that would be required in this kind of scenario. So that's our subject tonight. Delphi, the good old boys and terrorist troll farm system of north central Indiana, and I should have put in parenthetically, which allows the protection of the pedophiles and domestic terrorist child traffickers of central Indiana and the Midwest in general. And I will not stop beating this drum, okay? Because as you can see, the truth is rising to the surface. Who would have thought 5 years ago that we'd have a bunch of Epstein's emails with powerful individuals? Who would have thought 5 years ago that you'd see Bill Gates squirming on his live stream, his ex-wife squirming on a live stream, um, other individuals squirming on Twitter posts? Like, these individuals in these emails are already coming out and squirming. Who would have thought 5 years ago you would see that? This was supposed to be buried forever, just like Delphi. But it won't be. Truth will see the light of day. And speaking of that, I have an announcement to make that you will be noticing. You may see some new old faces in the chat, because I have made some changes here. Um, I will be taking some wrenches. I have already taken some wrenches. Okay. Um, and I have gone into my blocked page. Okay. I've gone into my block page, and I have taken, I would say I have removed a couple handfuls of individuals off the block list. Okay. I moved a couple of individuals off the block list. I believe in second chances. Okay. I do believe in second chances. So for that reason, I've given some thought, and I went through my block list, and I squinted my eyes, and I took a good list at that block list, and I started pulling some names off that list to allow them to come back in and enter the chat and interact with everyone. And I'm going to tell you right fucking now. One more fucking word about the audio, the stream ends. I've said it the past 3 fucking shows. One more fucking statement about the audio, the stream ends. Can you not understand that I don't want to hear a fucking word about the audio? Is that too hard to understand? How many times do I have to say, I don't want to hear a fucking word about the audio? So here's what's going to happen. I just booted you. Okay. Anyone else says a fucking word about the audio, you will be booted as well. Mods. All right. Now you see how when I try to discuss something that's absolutely important, dumbasses come in here to disrupt the important things that I'm saying every single time. Well, get ready. Put on your seatbelts because tonight's going to get crazy. So all you domestic terrorists, junkie, meth head, cracked out, bloodlusty, demon pieces of shit working for law enforcement, bootlicking the balls of Jerry Holman and David Vito, get ready. Get your fucking troll accounts ready to come in and cry like babies because tonight you're going to get served. Um, Tonight, our guest is Noi Amos. He's going to be talking about some domestic terrorists and good old boys who are protecting the Dropbox. Okay? Protecting the Dropbox. That's what they're doing. They're protecting Keegan Klein. And they're protecting the Dropbox. Why are they doing this? What do they want to hide? Why hide it? Why hide something so important? What do you have? What is it to you? What is it to you that people condemn Keegan Klein? That people question his statements to multiple individuals? And Ron Logan's statements to multiple individuals that they killed Libby and Abby. What is it to you? Matter of fact, let me grab something. Let's see how I do this. 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 This is what it's supposed to be all about. Right? Come on. Read it and weep. Read it and weep. This is supposed to be what it's all about. Right? Tell me, these things that these troll farm members have done and law enforcement has done to people out here speaking up for these two girls because they are not here to speak up for themselves. They are not here to say what happened to them because justice has not been served by putting a man in prison for the rest of his life who it was not proven had anything to do with what happened to them. How is justice served? How are they to rest in peace when peace has not been offered up to them in the form of true justice, being the truth being told about what happened to them? I picked this up off the ground, yards from where their bodies were dumped. That's why it looks weathered, water damaged. And this is all I took from Delphi, Indiana. Some of you have not even set foot on the ground. But you have individuals out here burying the truth about what happened to those girls when the truth has been told. And no one wants to hear it. They just want it to go away. Why? Does it open the door into the largest? What's the quote? What's the quote? Let me pull this up. Here it is. The largest child pornography investigation ever undertaken in the state of Indiana. This is what they deny. This is what they deny. When this came out, do you know what those bloodlusty demons said while licking the balls and backside of Jerry Holman? They said this was a lie. It's the Reed technique. They're allowed to lie. That was the troll farm's talking point. Not, oh my God, this might be true. This is worth looking into. This is huge. You know, what did they say about this? They said that it's a lie. They're a lie. It's the Reed technique. Excuse me. The largest child pornography investigation ever undertaken? Well, hold on. Were there ever child pornography investigations prior to the interview with Keegan Kline? Yes. Yes, there were. There have been child pornography investigations for years prior to the murders of Abby and Libby. So why, when it is revealed that Keegan Kline's Dropbox caused the state police to open the largest child pornography investigation ever undertaken in Indiana history, why would they come out and say, it's a lie, that never happened? Because Keegan Kline is tied to the murders of Abby and Libby. By solving the crime of the murders of Abby and Libby, you therefore tie back to Keegan Kline and that Dropbox, which means by solving the crimes of Abby and Libby, you tie back into the largest child pornography investigation ever undertaken in the state's history. Sort of like the Epstein files are the largest child trafficking investigation ever undertaken in FBI's history. Oh, but the Dropbox deniers, they'll say, no, it's not true. It never happened. Keegan Kline had nothing to do with this. Oh, Keegan Kline was sentenced. Well, I guess that means it proves it's not connected to Delphi. And we are over here, okay, we're discussing it. And what happens? We become the victims of one of the largest cyber stalking and harassment campaigns in Indiana history. Fully endorsed by the good old boys of Indiana and carried out by the domestic terrorist troll farm syndicate of Central Indiana. Erica comes out and says such a thing after she was preemptively discredited. Remember, she was preemptively discredited. This is one of their primary tactics. They preemptively discredited Erica, right? She comes out and says it anyway. She gets a cease and desist from David Vito's attorney. Keep my name out your motherfucking mouth. Oh, and Holman too. Keegan said him, Ron, and his dad killed those girls and sexually exploited them and then dumped their bodies where they were found. Oh, no, never happened, never happened. No, it was Richard Allen for sure. Or it wasn't Richard Allen, but it also wasn't Keegan and anyone. You see the insanity in that? It wasn't Rick, but it also wasn't Keegan or Ron or Tony. When all of you have seen in very plain sight the obvious cover-up that was carried out by the state of Indiana and the obvious railroading of Richard Allen in trial on the flimsiest of quote unquote evidence that you've ever seen. And remember this, Richard Allen could have very well been up for the death penalty. What if it was you? What if it was you? What if it was your family members, your children, your husband, your wife, who was accused of such a heinous crime and was sitting there in Rick Allen's shoes and pushed on through and railroaded through this system in this way with the full backing of the good old boys of Indiana and the domestic terrorist troll farm syndicate of Central Indiana. Remember, not only did the troll farm consistently lie and have their useful idiots spread those lies, but the prosecutor, the investigator for the prosecutor, the law enforcement officers, the sheriff, the witnesses, and unfortunately, the family members, everybody lied. And that is no joke. It's obvious, it's proven, and it's all documented. But I guess we're supposed to play three monkeys, right? We see no evil, we hear no evil, and we speak no evil. No, I think I will see the evil. I think I will hear the evil, and I think I will speak about the evil. And I've asked all of you, make channels, talk about this. And like I said, a few have. This is why I asked everyone to go subscribe at the beginning of the show. Go subscribe to Erica. Go subscribe to Christina. Go subscribe to Trial Junkie. Go subscribe to Noi. There are people out here actually talking about it. And I wish more of you would do that. Go make your channels. Now, you will face repercussions for making those channels. You will be terrorized. You will be harassed. You will possibly be arrested. That's the price that's paid for whistleblowing out here. Anyway, but it's just so funny because you got the people closest to Keegan Klein, all the females that have sexted him, that have cried for him, that love him dearly. You've got a whole handful of females out here defending, protecting, loving Keegan Klein. And they're sitting right at the center point of the troll farm. And it's funny because as we've been through all this, and I've documented, researched, studied, interviewed a number of people, it's become very clear that law enforcement set this in place. Okay. Do you know this? Do you know that every single live stream on Delphi is recorded by an individual who is at the tip top of the law enforcement structure in Indiana? I'm going to let you think about that because I'm not going to say who it is or what the relation is, but I'm telling you this right now. They have been documenting every single person talking about Delphi preemptively to try to use against them. That's why most of you truth tellers here have run the fuck off because they've been harassed, terrorized, stalked in real life. Their employers, their family members, their children. Let me ask you this. A simple double homicide of two little kids, right? A simple double homicide, the way they want you to say this happened. A lone wolf killer who lays in wait. I can't get it to focus. I don't know why. Come on, focus. There you go. A lone wolf killer who lays in wait to victimize two young children. Is that going to engender all that you've seen now for 8 years or more? Would a simple lone wolf killer laying in wait for those two girls cause all of this fallout? When have you ever seen that? You haven't, because it never happens. It doesn't happen. There's something more here. Don't you know there's been bodies behind the Epstein case, right? Bodies, a body count. You don't think there's been a body count in Delphi? There has been. And that's what we're dealing with. Now, let me do a little something, do a little check. Okay. All right. Let's see if I can get some things together. Let's see. We'll bring this back up. All right. So what we're going to do tonight is we're going to teach by example using examples. Okay. We're going to teach by example. We're going to put up some examples for you. And my guest is going to arrive, and we're going to go through some examples for you. There's a lot to get through. So we're going to have our whistleblower from Wabash, Indiana, join us. And we're going to teach a few examples for you guys. And like I said, everything we say has been backed up by receipts demonstrating proof of what we're saying. And so we're going to get that happening. But again, I have opened the door for people to come in who were formerly blocked. And so please be patient, forgiving, understanding, because what we need to do right now is we need to come together as a community who is saying, this is unacceptable. This is all unacceptable. What happened to Richard Allen was unacceptable. It is unacceptable. Okay? What happened to Libby and Abby was unacceptable. What happens on a daily basis surrounding these Delphi murders and the entire communities, like in Wabash, in Peru, in Kokomo, in Lafayette, in Michigan City. These things are unacceptable, and it will not stop until the numbers build and people demand that it stops. People have to demand that the good old boy system stops functioning in this way and that the feds do something about it. And people have to demand that the terrorist faction who lurks and stalks the internet, that they are ousted permanently and that this no longer be accepted in this community. And sure, it was fine when Lauren hid in true crime, right? When she went and crossed the line, right? And the entire community just went all up in arms about it and condemning her for that. Everyone was unified in admonishing that behavior. When are we going to see it in Delphi? If they can do it with Lauren, true crime, hidden true crime Lauren, why can't we do it here? Why can't we all come together as a very large group of people and say, this will not be tolerated? So for that reason, I've decided to exercise some forgiveness and some tolerance, some understanding, patience, knowing that people change, ideas change, people mature, they grow, they see things in time that they didn't see before. They see things that they could not see a year or two ago. And it's up to you all to do the same. And some will never. Some will never. Some adhere to their insecurities. And some don't. Some grow. So I'm going to invite Noe on now. I think I'm ready to get into the presentation. I do apologize for the rant, okay? I was particularly upset. I've asked you all repeatedly, don't annoy me with the audio issues. I can't control that StreamYard doesn't work properly. Okay, I've tried everything I could on my end. I don't think it's coming from my end. I think it's a StreamYard, a YouTube issue. So I do apologize. Uh, I don't want to hear about it. So please, mods, just don't let me hear about it. But yeah, I asked Noe to come in. I'm waiting on him to join us. Hopefully he'll be up soon, and um, and we'll get into it. But as I mentioned before, when Noe went into the Wabash Hyatt Regency, he went in on a mission, okay? And that mission was to gather intelligence, not only specifically about Keegan Klein and the confessions he's made and the details of those confessions, which we've covered in previous streams this past couple weeks, but he also went in to gather intelligence on the way that these child predators operate, meaning which accounts do they use, which platforms, what techniques do they use to lure these children or these kids and get them hooked. And he came out with a lot of that. Okay. He came out with some new information. And funniest thing, you guys, all of the information that Noe acquired has already been forwarded to investigators and the FBI. Okay, it's already been tipped in. It was tipped in within a few days of him coming out and gathering all the documentation. So, what Noe and I have been covering has already been handed on up, unredacted to the on up the chain of command. Uh, but yeah, yeah, that's that's what we're gonna do. Um, so let me pull this up. We'll get started. But again, to set the context, the largest child pornography investigation ever undertaken in the state of Indiana, directly triggered by the discovery of Keegan Klein's Dropbox. So our first case study is going to be Donovan, Michael J. Donovan of Wabash, Indiana. Check this out here. We've got six counts. Six counts. Count one, child molesting offense, basic. Count two, child molesting, fondling, or touching with a child under 14. Count three, child exploitation with an aggravating factor. Child molesting, basic. Child molesting, fondling, or touching child under 14. And count six, child exploitation with an aggravating factor. On or about or between September 14, 2024 and October 7, 2024, the County of Wabash, one Michael Dunan did with the child under 14 years of age knowingly or intentionally perform or submit to other sexual conduct. Count 4. On or between September 14, 2024 and October 7th, in the County of Wabash, state of Indiana, one Michael Dunan did with the child under 14 years of age, victim 2, knowingly or intentionally perform or submit to other sexual conduct as defined in IC 3135522215. The same being contrary to the form of the statute in such cases made and provided and against the peace and dignity of the state of Indiana. On August 25th, 2025, the victim's mother was mailed a letter by the Wabash County Prosecutor's Office informing her of the change of plea hearing that took place. Further, in said letter, the victim was notified of the date of the sentencing hearing. On August 21st, 2025, redacted provided the WCPO with a revised victim impact statement. Said statement is attached to this report. It should be noted, redacted indicates she is not in agreement with the proposed plea agreement. According to WCPO, they believe redacted plans on attending the sentencing hearing. Now, I want to make a little pause here because as we've studied about 35 of these cases in the past 2 weeks, can't make it up. But as we've studied about 35 of these child molest cases just in the past 2 weeks that we've studied them, it's been extraordinary to realize that 95% of these charges end up in a plea agreement. In other words, what's happening is more than 90% of these individuals who are charged with the CSAM and child molest, child exploitation series of charges, they tend to always take the plea deal. That's right. That's right. Nearly every single one of them take the plea deal. It's kind of disturbing. It's like the prosecutors are just handing out plea deals like confetti. Even when they have repeat offenders, registered sexual offenders, and an extraordinary amount of digital forensic evidence and testimony from the children and parents. So with rock fucking solid cases, they're making plea agreements with these predators. How many out there have realized that? And look, this is just Indiana. So I'm not saying I've been looking entire nation. I'm saying as we've been digging into Indiana in the past 2 or 3 years, and we've been really putting under a microscope these most major cases that have surfaced in the past 2 or 3 years, literally 90% of them end up in plea agreements. Do you guys realize that? I don't like it. I just don't like it. I just don't like it, especially when it's a repeat offender or a registered sex offender who is repeat offending, going out and molesting more children, producing CSAM, and disseminating CSAM. They're being offered these great plea deals. I think something's wrong with the prosecutors and the judges. And do you guys remember that last week or two? Do you guys recall in the last week or two, I went to my case, okay, which I recommended you all do. Okay, do this. Go to my case. Type in my case. Oh, go to my case and click on the attorney search bar. Okay? In the attorney search bar, put in Judge Gull's daughter's name, Christina Gull. I did that in real time for you last week or two. And what we saw in going through her my case record was that just like there's 90% plus plea deals being offered, her work history is 90%. It appears to be, at least in my case, almost solely child exploitation, child molest, and CSAM. I mean, is there like a an intentional effort underway to be soft on the sentencing and the prosecution of child predators? I mean, I'm having a hard time with it. But I actually I'm getting sidetracked because I'm just disturbed and I'm kind of having a hard time even knowing where I was in this. Okay, let's see. We were reading this, and I guess I'm in the bottom. It says the defendant reported he previously sought mental health treatment at the Bowen Center from 2018 to 2024. The defendant reported he was seeking treatment due to being molested as a child by his father. Additionally, the defendant reported he was in court ordered treatment services through Radiant Health in 2024. And it says, please see physical problems for further mental health information. The defendant reported his physical health as fair. The defendant reported the following history of medical problems: autism, PTSD, ADHD, appendix surgery in December 2020, 2021. The defendant reported he does not have any known allergies. The defendant reported he is currently prescribed medications. All right. So here we're going to get into this. Let me get I'm sorry, Judge Bird. I almost said Judge Bird. The Bird. Let me pull up the Bird, also known as Coach Cruz or the Southmost, Mr. David Noi Ramos, who is our whistleblower, as I mentioned, and he's gathered some of this information. We're gonna go through this together. Um, so everyone, please welcome Mr. Noi Ramos into the live stream. Please give him a warm welcome. Hey, let's do a sound check. Welcome, Noi.
How are you doing, Prof?
Good.
Thanks for having me.
Loud and clear. What's up?
Not much. Just here watching and ready to you know, join you and join the crowd, the audience. I want to say hi to everyone. I'm doing good.
Yeah, it looks like you sleeps with the fishes.
Yeah.
Deep blue. All right, y'all. Thanks for welcoming Noe. All right, so we're talking about Michael Donovan.
Yeah. Yeah, I see that.
Apparently, we got a couple to go through tonight um, that you gathered for us, and I know you know more about it than I, but we can read through these documents, and you can help us understand this because the documents is nothing like talking to the real people in real life.
Hmm.
Let's see. All right. So this is Michael Donovan. Okay, Michael James Donovan. It says legal history, juvenile history. On October 3rd, 2019, this office met with the juvenile and his mother. The juvenile's mother provided documentation. So the juvenile in this case would be Michael Donovan. So Michael Donovan's mother provided documentation from the Otis R. Bowen Center that indicated Michael Donovan was removed from the school building due to his behavior and placed on homebound schooling. Additional, his medication was adjusted to take away his libido, which indicates he was behaving sexually in school. All right, then it skips ahead some years, about 5 years. It says on June 5th, 2024, the juvenile was adjudicated for accosting children for immoral purposes in the state of Michigan. So, Michigan. The juvenile's case, that's Michael Donovan, was then transferred to the state of Indiana, specifically Wabash County, for the purpose of probation supervision. Wabash County Court Services received a case closure notification dated November 14th, 2024, indicating the juvenile was granted early discharge termination from supervision by the sending state. So, Wabash County Court Services indicated the juvenile was granted early discharge termination from supervision by the sending state. That would be Michigan. So Michigan cut him loose or cleared him, whatever. Okay, and now here we get to the charges, which I read through on the previous page. It was child molest, age under 14, child exploitation aggravating factor. And then a separate child child molest under 14, child exploitation aggravating factor. That's two children under the age of 14. That on August 21st, 2025, the defendant appeared in the Wabash County Circuit Court and pled guilty to the offenses of count 1 and 4, child molest level 3 felonies. The court took sentencing under advisement and ordered Wabash County Court Services to complete a pre-sentencing investigation report. Sentencing is set for September 15th, 2025. So what it looks like, he had the 6 felony charges, 3 for each child under 14. And then he pleads to 1 count for each child. Oh, we got Noe dropped off. It says the defendant has 1 prior juvenile adjudication. The defendant does not have an adult legal history. The defendant is before the court with his first and second felony convictions. It should be noted the defendant was under probation supervision for a sex offense when he committed the offenses before the court. So that's important there. And I think that people need to hear this, okay? So to recap, because it's hard to read these documents, but he was on probation supervision for a prior sex offense when he committed these two child molests to children under 14. And they still gave him a plea deal. All right, so we're going to read this present offense, and I think this is where Noe is going to help out here. So it says that on August 27th, 2025, this officer received a letter correspondence from the defendant stating the following. This is Michael Dunan. You interviewed me on 8/22/25 over the pre-sentence investigation report. I need to change the instant things statement. The reason I do is because I did not understand the point of it, and I made it look like I don't care when I do care. Also, I have realized I cannot reside at the listed address, not only because the victim's father lives there, the victim also frequently goes there. That is trouble I do not need. I believe you said something about talking to, I don't know if that says Peru judge or something, about changing things, but I cannot reach him for the life of me. Sorry to disturb. Can you meet me again as soon as you can? It should be noted the letter was dated 8/22/25 at the top. The officer did interview the defendant on said date. This officer did. Okay. So now I'm going to read the victim's impact statement. That on August 25th, 2025, the victim's mother was mailed a letter by Wabash County Prosecutor's Office informing her of the change of plea hearing that took place. Further, in said letter, the victim was notified of the date of the sentencing hearing, that on August 21st, 2025, provided the victim's mother provided the WCPO with a revised victim impact statement. Said statement is attached to the report. It should be noted, redacted indicates she is not in agreement with this proposed plea agreement. So this is the point. This is the mother and obviously in advocacy for the child. The mother saying, no, 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 no plea deal. No plea deal. And then it says, I hereby certify that the victim has been notified in writing of the date, time, place of the sentencing hearing at least 7 days prior to sentencing. Okay. Now, the defendant reporting his father is Michael Dunan. The defendant reported he is unsure of his father's date of birth. The defendant reported his father is currently in prison in the state of Michigan. Now, here it's going to get deep. According to the Michigan Department of Corrections website, a Michael Dunan is incarcerated at Ernest C. Brooks Correctional Facility for the offense of criminal sexual conduct in the first degree with parole board jurisdiction date with earliest release of July 16, 2045, with a maximum release date of July 16, 2065. The defendant reported his mother is Ashley Grawl. The defendant reported his mother resides in North Manchester, Indiana. The defendant reported his mother does not have a criminal history. The defendant reported his mother was previously married to Derek Grawl. The defendant reported he has 3 siblings. The defendant reported his biological father, Landon Dunan, half-brother Xander Grawl, and biological sister, Alyssa Dunan, all reside in North Manchester. The defendant reported he graduated from Manchester Junior Senior High School in North Manchester, Indiana in 2024. The defendant reported while he was in school, he did participate in special education courses, has an individual education plan, IEP. The defendant reported he has never He was never suspended or expelled. According to juvenile referral of September 9, 2019, the defendant was removed from the school building due to his behavior and placed on homeschool schooling. Okay, he's currently unemployed and incarcerated. He was previously employed at Pizza Hut, Dairy Queen, Herein Dairy Equipment and Repair, Wendy's, and KFC Long John Silver's. Defendant reported he has approximate monthly income of $1,167 from Social Security. Currently has zero monthly expenses as he is incarcerated. He reported his financial status as stable. Yeah, I would say so. He does not believe his neighborhood is in a high crime area and drugs are not readily available in his neighborhood. He reported the following hobbies and interests: computers and cars. Uh-oh, sound familiar? All right, defendant reported his physical health is fair. Reported the following history of medical problems: autism, PTSD, ADHD, appendix surgery. Defendant reported he does not have any known allergies. He is currently prescribed Buspar and Paxil. He reported he previously sought mental health treatment at the Bowen Center from 2018 to 2024. He reported he was seeking treatment due to being molested as a child by his father. Now, here's where it gets deep. Okay. So remember, he's in high school. He commits some offense that has him a long sentence, and then he's on probation. He now claims he was molested by his father as a child, and he was in court-ordered treatment through Radiant Health. He denied substance abuse, reported he only smoked a few cigarettes in his lifetime. A jail incident reported from Wabash County Jail states the following: during a D6 shakedown, I found a bottle that smells extremely sour. Inmate Donovan was interviewed and confessed he started the process of hooch. A jail incident report from Wabash County Jail dated August 15, 2025 states the following incident synopsis. Inmate Donovan admitted on body camera to snorting pouches under age. Now remember what Noi was talking about in the previous visit was about the epidemic of pouch trafficking and pouch snorting. So are you aware, Noi, that Donovan was snorting pouches and making hooch and this sort of stuff?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yes. Um, you know, everybody, everybody in there is addicted to the pouches. In my dorm, they were all addicted to the pouches. Everybody except me. I never used them. I used them in a different capacity.
Mm-hmm.
But and I can say that Donovan, um, he would do anything. Uh, Sell his tray. Uh, I remember him coming to my door and asking me, "What can I do for a pouch?" Yeah, very addicted to these.
Snorting
And I
pouches.
and
I
I've
can't even
showed you the
imagine.
process. I mean, it's just a little pouch. Um, I remember Donovan selling his whole tray for one line. You're supposed to get 3 lines out of this. He would sell his tray for one line of this stuff here. So that is accurate, Prof.
Yeah, it says when asked about how he feels about what happened in regards to his offense, the defendant reported horrible, sometimes extremely suicidal. When asked what he thinks about the crime, the defendant responded, "It was horrid bad. Think about how this could have been prevented every goddamn day. It hurts me." When asked if he believes his punishment is in line with the offense that was committed, defendant reported yes. When asked who the victim was and how they feel about what he did, he reported, "I have no idea." The defendant reported his concern for others. Defendant reported he generally lacks control over the events in his life or his behavior, the defendant reported he does not believe it's okay to tell a lie. He reported he takes risk and sometimes walks away from a fight, and sometimes he agrees with the statement, "Do unto others before they do unto you." It should be noted the defendant was dishonest with this officer during his regarding his substance use of snorting nicotine. Since being arrested for the instant offense, the defendant has been involved in approximately 25 jail incident reports. A jail incident report from the Wabash County Jail dated August 8, 2025 indicates defendant was found to have a black eye and visible blood on his right elbow. Further in said report, it was noted defendant was involved in a battery that was started by another inmate. The other inmate indicated the confrontation took place due to a defendant making a comment to other inmates that he would reoffend on their children. Oh, hold on, I gotta get the sound effects. Sorry, I'm not on my game here.
Bruh.
Bruh. He indicated the reason he got his ass beat, in other words, is he said, "I'll reoffend on your child. I'll rape your child." In other words, that's what he said.
Bruh.
So you think if this guy is using the victimization of children as a threat to another inmate, that he won't go out there and carry that out against another child again? He says there was it says there was a risk assessment tool that was used. The areas were the criminal history, education, employment, finances, family, social support, neighborhood problems, substance use, peer association, criminal attitudes, and behavior. The defendant's overall risk assessment score puts the defendant in the high risk category. That's him. Thank you, Noe. Let me move this for a minute. There you go. Thank you, Noe. The defendant scored high in several criminal attitude and behavior patterns. Defendant scored moderate in the following domains: criminal history, education, employment, financial, family, social support, peers. Low in remaining domains. So where he really scored high risk was criminal attitudes and behaviors. All right. So I'm going to skip the informational about the complementary assessments. All right. It says the defendant, Michael James Donovan, stands before the court awaiting sentencing following his August 21, 2025 admission of guilt to the offenses of count 1, child molest level 3 felony, count 4, child molest level 3 felony. The court took the defendant's plea under advisement and ordered Wabash County Court Services to complete a pre-sentence investigation report. Sentencing is set for September 15, 2025. The defendant was interviewed in person at Wabash County Jail on August 22nd in conjunction with preparation of this report. State of Indiana defendant have entered into a plea agreement for this repeat offender who's still threatening to rape other inmates' children.
Bruh.
On each count, the defendant's sentence shall be left open to the court's discretion, with each side reserving the right to argue an appropriate sentence at the defendant's sentencing hearing. The above sentences shall be served concurrent with each other. In exchange for the above, the state will move to dismiss the remaining charges. The court previously appointed a court-appointed attorney in this matter. The defendant agrees to pay $350 as partial reimbursement for such costs. The agreement was signed by the defendant, his attorney, and a prosecutor on August 21st, 2025. The court is now presented with 19-year-old Caucasian single male, Michael James Dunan. The defendant graduated from high school and is currently unemployed and does not have a driver's license. He has one prior juvenile adjudication. He does not have an adult legal history and is before the court with his first and second felony convictions. It should be noted that juvenile was under probation supervision for a sex offense, for a prior sex offense, when he committed these offenses. It's noted that the defendant shall receive 326 actual days plus 109 Class B credit days for a total of 435 credited days of pre-sentence confinement. The defendant was arrested October 2024, will remain incarcerated until September 25, the day prior to sentencing. It says recommendations. This officer would respectfully submit that in regard to public safety, the defendant does not appear to be an appropriate candidate for probation supervision. If the court chooses to suspend any portion of the defendant's sentence to probation supervision, the officer respectfully recommends that the defendant be given an adequate length of probation, at least 1 year, to be able to participate in and successfully complete sex offender treatment, and the defendant to be further monitored during his transition back into society. If the court chooses to accept the defendant's plea of guilty and suspend any portion of the defendant's sentence to probation supervision, the officer would respectfully recommend the court consider imposing the following specific probation terms: that the defendant pay the court costs to Wabash clerk's office, and pursuant to Indiana Code 3337.512, the defendant pay a child abuse prevention fee of $100. So this is the cop saying, no, bro, let me take this element. So this is the cop. This is a good cop, it seems like, right? Because the cop saying, no, 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 no. He's not good for probation, bro. Yeah. I'll skip this bull crap. But so this is his arrest warrant. You can see all 6 charges there. All right, now we get to the money. Do you have this handy, Noe? Can you read it, or you need
let me go get it.
Oh, take your time.
I have it handy. I just don't have it on.
Oh,
I mean, as you can tell from my background, I relocated because I have company.
Okay.
Yeah. So just hang a second.
Okay. All right. It says this is Noe. Okay, this is Noe. Noe says identify and describe the sexual misconduct and by Jacob Freeman in detail. Time, place, and officer you dealt with, the situation, and any consequences. And we're going to talk about this Jacob Freeman next. Okay, that's the next one we're going to get into. But Michael Dunan says, sometimes during Freeman's 180-day lockdown, I was with Gary East talking to his boyfriend. Freeman had called my name. I looked in his cell to find that he was naked. He looked at me and was wiggling his penis on me. Did you report this to the guards? Yes. Frost, King, Bennett, they pulled me out and questioned me. The matter was investigated, but he had no consequences. Why? The camera couldn't see his conduct, so they couldn't do anything. So yeah, no, I was reading about the penis waving of Jacob Freeman at Michael Dunan.
Okay, I got Ethan and Skinhead Mike. Well, I'll be right back. Keep going.
I'll keep going. Okay, it says, can you give me other accounts of sexual misconduct while in custody in Wabash jail? Freeman flashing his dick ass every time I looked in his cell. See, this is the Chomo unit, guys. Describe Jacob Freeman's fight with the guards, time, place, who, etc. They told him to cuff him. He refused. He elbowed someone, maybe Noe will tell us who, in the face, and while resisting, knocked Bennett and slams, I don't know, camera off maybe. He then got cuffed and taken out. Did he get charged with a felony? Explain. No. I asked someone and they informed me no charges were filed. Did you have, I don't know what that says, two something in your cell during shakedown? October 4th, 2025, around 3 p.m. And did to Zach Simpson or other COs. I did. They never gave me a cab notice for it. Okay. So I think we got through that page, but I'll wait for you to find the document.
Yeah, let me catch up.
All right.
I should have had this handy. It was. You went through the very first page, right, of the interview.
Yeah, Donovan, where he's
Did you
talking about
go?
Freeman.
Did you go?
It says October 4th, 2025. Michael Dunan.
Okay, hold on. Okay, October 4th, 2025, at 6:45 p.m. Okay. All right. So you read from 1 to 6, right?
Yeah, 1 to 6.
Okay, I'm caught up. So
You want to comment on those before we flip
yeah,
over?
yeah, sure. And it was crazy. You guys probably let me mention that these documents, it was very difficult for me to leave the Hyatt Regency in my possession. Everybody was after my paperwork, especially the good old boys, the staff. But I was able to conduct these talks, and I mean, I'm sorry to say, but all it took was this. Really, I can get whatever I wanted from the inmates with these. Okay, the pouches. So Jacob Freeman was another inmate, very young, and this incident happened before I was a resident there. So obviously, I heard about the incident, and I was finding it just like the right time to really be able to get them one on one. So I'd always just sit down in the mornings and draw and watch the news. And every now and then I would ask him, "Hey, you want to stay up? I'll drink a cup of coffee with me and talk." And he eventually talked to me about these things. And I guess it was just a thing where Michael Donovan is very disturbed. He's very, oh man, I talked to him much about the things that he did and what happened to him, about his family. I've talked to his mom. I have her number. We chirped back and forth. I tried to learn as much as I could, and it was very important for me to get it documented. Out of all the people that I spoke to, Michael was the only one who could write uh, on this document. It's actually him writing the response. In many other instances, I had to do it all myself, but I talked to both of them. I talked to Michael and Jacob about this specific situation, and I don't know what. Did you read anything in the document, Prof, that indicated that there was any type of consequence for this action?
No consequence.
No
No.
consequence. Good. Thank you. Okay, I didn't
Well,
want
neither. Oh, I'm sorry. I'm eating my chocolate. Get my chocolate fixed, but
to. That's cool. Yeah,
he
and
for there's
that's
multiple incidents. So he's saying that Jacob Freeman's like wiggling the penis, flashing the penis, flashing the butt, the ass, whatever, repeatedly. No consequence.
yeah. It was very very perverted conduct, and both of these kids. One of them is what 18, and the other one's 20, maybe 21. I don't know if Jacob's even 21 yet. Both children, and yeah, it was very. It, I just had to kind of like put on this wall and not judge them. I mean, they're children too, man. On top of it, I can't. Like Michael got beat up. Michael got treated like really bad. I can just imagine what those two kids are going through right now. They're both in Newcastle, in Newcastle prison. I know that much. I did make contact with Michael's mom. Um, so I know that he is in Newcastle, but I can't just imagine if they're conducting themselves the way they were in the county. I can just imagine what they're going through. But to get this information out of Michael, I mean, I just had to do what I had to do, guys. And if anybody wants to say whatever, well, let that be it. It's not gonna affect my what I did. And um, I know that Michael had a pretty rough. I mean, obviously, he told me that he had been molested and groomed as early as age 2. So Michael has known nothing but sexual misconduct
It's similar to Keegan.
against.
Yeah.
Yeah, yeah, exactly. And same thing for Jacob. The same thing goes for Jacob.
This is Jacob, y'all.
Yeah, yeah, just a kid. Same thing goes for Jacob. It's sad, it's sad to know this, but uh, I mean they're treated as adults and convicted as adults. So that behavior, when I first heard, I heard third party that had happened. So I had to find the right time and like the right moment and have the right um, product to get him to talk. And that's how I was able to obtain this 6 questionnaire interview with Michael. He shared with me that in regards to his conduct in when he was a youth in school, he described showing CSAM to other kids, uh, groping other kids in the school bus, in the school campus, and I think when the other kids finally told on him and they investigated the situation, it was up in Michigan. Um, they found out themselves that he himself was a victim. Um, it's just a complete disturbing. Imagine he's 18, so at least 16 of those years have been nothing but sexual misconduct against him, and then he turned around and acted out himself. Gosh, what else can I say, Prof?
Yep.
But yeah, both of them admitted to me and described the now remember, this is Michael Donovan. He's the kid who carved Chomo on his stomach. and came out of his cell displaying. That's where I got the idea
Yeah, show
of
us that one
this.
again. Let's see. Let's remove this. There you go.
And I mean, I had to really be very, very um, careful with how I did this, because not only I have to. I mean, these are sex offenders. They're young. I can maneuver, but there's more seasoned sex offenders who didn't approve of what I was doing, and then I also had to fight the good old boys, who a lot of these good old boys went to school with Ethan Cornett and Jacob
That's
Freeman.
why I wanted to talk about this as part of the good old boys because,
Mhm.
like you say,
Yeah.
this Jacob Freeman, he's not getting any consequences, and he's continuing the crimes or the sexual deviance. You know,
Hmm.
let's pull up his stuff. Let's see if I can pull this one up. I'm gonna skip this handwritten thing. Let's start with his. So this is the guy. Okay. It says Jacob Freeman, sex offenses, exploitation of a child, 9/05/2024. Um, someone called to request to speak with an officer, advised that she witnessed Jacob Freeman put his arm around her nephew, a 14-year-old, and start touching himself. Okay. So then they roll. Okay. And then they go ahead and get a search warrant. Hey, Jacob Freeman, 20 years old. On 9/16/2024, I assisted Detective Hayes in his investigation regarding Jacob Freeman. While Detective Hayes served a search warrant at Freeman's address, I sat with Freeman in the interview room at the Wabash Police Department with cameras and audio recording. While I was sitting with Freeman, he began talking to me. At first, he advised he had done nothing wrong and he had only been watching porn. I responded by telling him that the reason he was here was not because of him watching porn, and he knew that. He began telling about his family and how he had a rough childhood. You sensing a pattern? He told me in this quote, "Let me tell you this. My dad, he went to prison for the exact same thing when I was 3 months. I wanted to be a better man, but I don't know how." He also advised that his mother's second husband was also a child molester. So he says, my dad went to prison for the same thing, and my mother's second husband was also a child molester. I told Freeman that he did not have to be like his father, and he advised that he just didn't know anything else. He advised his whole family was that way and that it was all he knew. This is 9/16/2024. As you can see, Wabash, Indiana. On 9/17/2024 at approximately 4:40 p.m., I made contact with uh, Redacted, who was the original caller. She stated that Redacted is her niece, which is why she was talking with Redacted. stated that initially it was disclosed to her about Jacob touching the child. Redacted stated that he wasn't comfortable around Jacob, and that's why she decided to call in. Redacted stated that the child told her that Jacob was showing him penis pictures on his phone and was touching on him. I asked the mother what she meant by Jacob was all. I asked the child what she meant by Jacob was always touching him. She stated that the child stated Jacob would always put his arm around and touch on him. I asked if she ever saw Jacob touch the child, and she stated no, that she just knows what the child has told her. 9:17. Approximately 3 p.m., I conducted a follow-up interview. I escorted this person to the interview room by himself and activated audio and video recording. I advised that I had some follow-up questions from when we spoke previously. I asked if he could describe what this other person had told him about Jacob. This person stated that Redacted was touched by Jacob, and then Jacob began touching himself. I asked the individual about what exactly this child told him, and he didn't remember. He stated Jacob had messaged him on Snapchat. Okay, Snapchat, saying that he was going to go to jail, but the messages had been deleted. During the interview, this person was all over the place with his story, and it was difficult to get him to stay on topic. Near the end of the interview, I asked if Jacob had ever touched him sexually. He stated no. I asked if Jacob had ever shown him pictures of his private parts or if he's ever sent Jacob any photos. He advised no. The interview was concluded and a copy will be included. Approximately 3:30 p.m., I went to Redacted address for a follow-up with Redacted and Jacob. I requested to take photos of the apartment and if she could show me the chair that this incident took place in. This person met me and let me take photos of the layout and pointed over to the southeast corner of the living room. I saw a purple in color chair sitting there. She stated that's where the chair is sitting now is exactly where it was when this occurred. Advised the chair swivels and it was facing towards the TV at this time. Stated both Jacob and the victim were sitting in the chair when she walked into the room from the kitchen and observed Jacob touching himself while touching the boy. The layout of the apartment is separated and each area is its own specific room. Upon entering the apartment in the living room area, off the living room is two bedroom doors and another doorway leading to the laundry room. Inside the laundry room is another doorway leading to the kitchen. With the layout of the apartment, it's very plausible that she wouldn't have been able to see the victim or Jacob in the living room when this was initially occurring until she walked around the corner. I asked if she could be more specific about when this incident occurred. I advised that she made the initial report on Thursday, 09/05/24. She initially stated it happened a day or two prior. She stated that she was fairly certain it occurred on Tuesday, 09/03/2024, when another was not home from school. I asked why she waited to call in the report. She stated she didn't really know how to process the situation and didn't know what to do. Stated that she told her aunt about what happened and told her to report it. They would have had to go to court over all this. I advised that's a possibility depending on how this plays out. I looked over and asked him if he'd be able to do that. Stated yes, because he doesn't want anyone else to get hurt by Jacob. At the time of the filing, the results from the Snapchat search warrant are still pending. I'll be requesting separate search warrants for the data from the phone recovered from Jacob, phones recovered from his apartment. I'd get the phone and the data and would run his hand. I must have got this out of order because now we're going to a narrative. Okay. Jacob would try to run his hands up the pants of the victim, but he'd smack his hands away. The victim stated Jacob is the only person that makes him feel uncomfortable. The interview was conducted and a copy was concluded. A copy will be included. I sent out a department-wide email on 9/16/24 regarding Jacob Freeman and the search warrants I had obtained. I requested patrol officers attempt to locate Jacob, detain him, and call me. Approximately 5:55, I received a phone call from Officer Fager, who advised they had located Jacob and had him detained. I requested them transport Jacob to the Wabash Police Department for an interview. Upon arrival at the Wabash Police Department, I was notified by Officer Monroe that he had read Jacob his Miranda rights, and Jacob requested an attorney. At this time, Jacob was sitting in the interview room with the audio and video activated. I went into the interview room and advised Jacob that I knew he had requested an attorney already, but I was going to tell him what we had and why he was there. I advised Jacob that we had a warrant for his person and his apartment. I advised Jacob that I know what he's been doing and I can prove it, and Jacob stated, mm-hmm. I read the warrant to Jacob and advised he'd get a copy with his stuff. I asked Jacob if he had any questions. He stated he only wanted his grandparents to know about this. I advised Jacob that I would like to speak with him man to man about what he's doing, but Jacob just shook his head and said he'd maybe talk after the case was over. I got up to leave and Jacob stated, looks like I fell in my daddy's footsteps. I know that Jacob's father, Sean P. Freeman, is a convicted child molester. I left the interview room and left the audio video going. Officer Travis sat with Jacob while myself and other officers with the Wabash PD went to the apartment to serve the other portion of the warrant. Officers arrived at the apartment and made contact with Sean Freeman Jr. at the front door. We advised Sean we had a search warrant for the apartment. He was upset but led us upstairs. I was advised that Jacob's area of the apartment was in the living room. The living room contained 2 couches, a mattress on the floor, a TV stand in the corner. Attached to the living room was a small coat closet. I searched the closet and located a small gray SmartPad brand smartphone on the shelf. I photographed the phone and recovered it. Officer Kendall advised that he also located a cell phone near the mattress on the floor in a bin. A cell phone. The phone was a black Motorola smartphone. At the time, both phones were not charged and would not turn on. The search was completed. Nothing else was recovered. I transported both phones back to Wabash Police Department and put them in phone lockup at approximately 7:05 p.m. Spoke with Officer Travis, who was sitting with Jacob in the interview room. Officer Travis stated Jacob told him he thought the investigation was due to porn. Travis advised Jacob told him that he was just like his father, and his father did the same thing when he was 3 months old. Officer Travis attached see Officer Travis's attached affidavit of probable cause for further details. It should be noted that Jacob's father, Sean Freeman, was arrested on 11/1/2004 for child molest out of Miami County. Jacob would have been almost 5 months old at the time. See that? It adds up, doesn't it? So 20 years prior, the father's arrested for child molest. I entered the interview room, advised Jacob he was going to jail for sexual misconduct and child molest. Jacob nodded his head and stated okay. He was transported back to Wabash County Jail and was booked in. Yeah, I did get this in backwards order. I apologize, ladies and gentlemen. Can't be perfect. So they subpoenaed Snapchat for the accounts of the victim, a witness, and Jacob Freeman. I requested a search warrant for the residence and the body of Jacob Freeman. This has been Jacob's residence on and off for several years and was listed on his trespass warning. I signed the trespass warning confirming that, Jacob signed the trespass warning confirming his residence. We've had several calls for service at this address involving Jacob, and I know that just inside the front door is a stairwell that leads up to the actual apartment. The stairwell itself is only accessible to this apartment. If granted, I'd want to recover Jacob's cell phone, described as a black TCL, and other electronic devices that Jacob could have used to log into Snapchat or store data of sexual images or conversations. I completed an Indiana State Police template for search warrant for Snapchat on the accounts of Jacob Freeman. I issued a search warrant for Jacob's person and the residence. The warrant was signed by Judge Robert McKellen of Wabash Circuit Court. I also received signed search warrant for the Snapchat accounts. I went to the First Light CAC in Marion for the victim's interview. He was interviewed by Stephanie Swain of the CAC. I took notes. During the interview, he disclosed an older guy is touching him when he's not supposed to. He identified this older guy as Jacob, stated that this actually started occurring at the beginning of the school year, and Jacob touched him a lot, more than 5 times. He advised Jacob acts weird around him while at his mom's house, puts his arm around him and touches himself. Stated Jacob has also touched him on the leg. He tries to push him away. Stated Jacob doesn't stop when he does. The victim stated that the most recent occurred at his mom's house and that Jacob told him not to tell anyone about this. He went on further to state that Jacob tries to hold his hand a lot and makes him feel uncomfortable. Also, that Jacob has tried to get him to go to the bathroom with him. And listen to this. Listen to this. Into the woods. Into the woods. At night. So this Jacob is trying to get him to go into the bathroom, trying to get him to leave the house and go into the woods at night. He stated he's never done these things with Jacob. Mentioned Jacob, and the victim mentioned his friend has also met up with Jacob before, and went to say Jacob has shown him pictures of his body, and where asked about what parts of his body, he stated it is Jacob's private parts. Stated some more things that happened between him and Jacob that his mom didn't know about. Stated Jacob would try to make him lay down in bed while over at Jacob's house. Stated he didn't do it and left to go home. The victim stated his friend told him that Jacob is blaming him and his mom for having to go back to jail. The interview took a short break and went back to follow-up questions. Okay. The victim stated he didn't really want to talk about what else Jacob did to him. He hasn't told his mom everything Jacob has done. Advised that Jacob showed pictures of his penis. Stated Jacob showed him the pictures while at his house while his mom was asleep, and it happened 2 to 3 weeks ago. Stated that the penis photos were on Jacob's Snapchat. Stated that Jacob told him not to tell anyone. Further disclosed these photos were on Jacob's phone. He continued saying all the things Jacob has tried to get him to do, including holding his hand, going into the woods with him at night, and that he didn't go into the woods with him, and Jacob went his own way when that happened, and Jacob told him to come lay down in the bed with him at his house. He advised Jacob hangs out in the Charlie Creek Gardens Park after school and waits on him and his friends. This park is directly west of the high school on Miami Street. It should be noted that on 9/10/24, Jacob was trespassed from all Wabash City school properties. School resource officer Hipskin had received complaints about Jacob contacting younger students and being around the school grounds. See, he's lurking. This victim stated he thinks Jacob may be going after his friends too. He says Jacob tries to talk with 2 other friends. Due to the circumstances about what I already disclosed, I decided to have the victim interviewed by First Light CAC in Marion. I contacted First Light, scheduled an interview. It was clear in the interview that the mother would make sure the child is there. I made contact with the victim and the father and advised both that this may be associated with Jacob on Snapchat and wished to speak with them about these allegations and if Jacob ever tried anything inappropriate with him. The victim's father stated it wouldn't be a problem at all and that the victim was home now. I responded to 61 South Fisher to make contact with 2 children. I asked him to tell me what he knew about Jacob Freeman. He said he met Jacob a year or 2 ago at Wabash State Park. Jacob is always hanging around the parks and they just became friends. He said a few weeks prior, he started seeing Jacob hanging out at another friend's house. Stated recently he had told this victim told him that Jacob was touching him sexually, so he hasn't talked to Jacob since. He said he could provide Jacob's and the victim's Snapchat account information, complied, and he showed me his phones. Jacob's Snapchat is Jacob Freeman, and there's other Snapchats. He says I asked this victim if he ever sent Jacob any inappropriate photos or if Jacob has ever sent him anything he shouldn't have. At this time, his demeanor changed. His answers began to get short and his voice began to shake. He denied ever sending Jacob anything inappropriate, receiving anything from Jacob. Due to his demeanor, I feel like he's embarrassed or ashamed of something. I felt that there may be evidence within Snapchat on Jacob's or the victim's accounts. I concluded the interview and advised the father to speak with Jacob to see if he'd be willing to tell him any more. Okay. It should be noted that Jacob Freeman, was criminally trespassed from the residence and signed the trespass form. Uh, he went to Jacob's residence and upon entering the residence could smell the odor of burnt marijuana. He observed the occupants being unruly and confrontational with the sergeant. The occupants of the residence were secured along with the immediate area for officer safety and evidence preservation for the application of a search warrant. At this time, I conducted a search of the couches for weapons where the occupants were going to be seated while waiting for a search warrant. While doing this, I observed a cartridge filled with gold liquid matching the appearance of a THC vape cartridge and a jewel vape pen on the bed mat between the two couches. It should be noted officers were informed that this was Jacob Freeman's area of the residence. These items were removed. Okay. I made contact with individuals regarding this case and asked if I could speak with the victims to get more information. I responded to the victim's house and made contact with the mother. A recorded conversation on my department phone. I asked to explain a little more about what occurred. The victim stated Jacob had touched him sexually. Stated his mom was home, but Jacob waited until she was in the kitchen to touch him. At this current time, the victim was sitting next to someone on the porch and stated she didn't know that Jacob was a bad person until recently. Stated that the victim and Jacob were sitting in a purple chair that's big enough for two people. The purple chair is located within the living room. Jacob had no shirt on and was leaning up against the wall, then stated Jacob started rubbing his leg and demonstrated what Jacob did. Pulled up his own shorts and started rubbing his hand up his shorts toward his groin and inner thigh, stating he was uncomfortable when this happened. The mother stated she saw Jacob rubbing his genital area while touching the child and demonstrating rubbing the genital area. So apparently I had this all backwards, Noe. I apologize. I had it exactly backwards. So I'm going to advise that we skip this, but that's the pictures of the house when they entered and the chairs.
Yes, I know, Prof. You were going backwards, but oh well. Yeah, that's the evidence photo. Yeah, the evidence photographs of where this misconduct occurred to the victim. Yeah.
Yeah. So anyway, guys, I wanted to just go through those two. Okay, those two. That's Michael Dunan and Jacob Freeman. Just to demonstrate an example for you of a few patterns. The patterns of childhood molestation, the patterns of targeting these children, multiple children, when they are unprotected out of the sight of the adults, and the pattern of utilizing the Snapchat, the computers, and the cell phone to facilitate this behavior. And I think I would like Noe to just fill us in on his other final thoughts of this before we get into the second half of the show.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, sure. Jacob Freeman is a very young kid. I think he's about either 20 or 21. And basically it's a replica. It's a story of he doesn't know nothing but sexual misconduct. And he was groomed and molested at a very young age and pretty much repeated the conduct himself. Um, Basically, I mean, Prof just read it backwards, but pretty much what it boils down to is he been frequenting this this kid and groomed the kid and then acted inappropriate. On my one-on-ones with Jacob, he he claimed, well, I mean, that's all I know. That's, it happened to me, so I repeated it. But what was going on was he was grooming the kid, and he would uh, try to get away with whatever desires were in his mind at the time, and 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 knowing that he himself had been a victim, so he just repeated the offense. But it comes a time when you're a little older, 14, 15, 16, 17, um I think it's you kind of know what you're doing. You have to know that what you're doing is not appropriate. And at that time, it's a little too late, and he just carried on the routine, if you want to call it that. He claims that he never did fondle the victim. He claimed that yes, he hung around a lot, and they spent a lot of time alone, try to lure him to the woods, etc. But he claims that he never actually really like fondled. It was just like borderline, like his hand on the lap or his hand around the kid's shoulder. Yeah, and he was also addicted to the pouches, and also willing to do and say whatever um, for the pouches. I don't know much. We talked about substance abuse. He was addicted to marijuana, and he drank alcohol. I know that. Uh, he claims that he was not addicted to harsh drugs like cocaine or meth or heroin or needles. So there's substance abuse. There is grooming. There is a lot of exposure of himself to inappropriate sexual misconduct, and then um he just becomes an offender. This is Jacob Freeman.
Oh, you've never shown us that one.
No, I
Let me
haven't.
let me get myself off the screen and show you. Hold on. Hold on. Let me take myself away because I want everyone to see this full screen.
Yeah, this is how he identifies as an alien, and an alien who is standing on top of the world behind bars. And he specifically asked me to give him that face. On the very top, it's got the name Cheyenne. And at the very bottom, it has the name or the label. Is it Peacekeeper? Yeah. And that's what he asked me to draw for him.
That's awesome. Can't believe I haven't seen that one. That's scary, dude. It's scary but nice. But no, it's a wonderful piece of art, but it's a
Turn your
disturbing image.
volume
Show it
on,
again.
Prof.
My volume's on. Check, check. Can anyone hear me? You guys in the chat, can you hear the prof? Can you hear prof? 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 Let me check.
Prof, for some reason I can't hear you. Don't get mad, but I can't hear you. I don't know if the audience can, but I can't.
Oh, you've never shown us that one. Let let me get myself off the screen and show. Okay, Noe, I hear
Check,
me.
Prof.
They hear me,
Prof,
but I hear me. I hear
let me
me.
get out and then come back.
Okay, yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, so that's a Noe problem. I hear me just fine. Thanks, guys. Look, yeah, so what I was telling Noe, that's an amazing piece of art, but it's also a disturbing piece of art because it seems accurate, doesn't it? I'm going to ask him to show us that again. But yeah, it's terrible. It's really terrible. And listen, I guess the point, okay, while I'm sitting here, I'm thinking the point of this is a microcosm. Think about it. This is just within the little Wabash County High Regency Jail. Just to go in that one little area to come across such devastating situations. It's sad. We put the link back up for Noe just a moment. He might not be able to get back in without it. I don't know. Yeah, I thought so. Okay, here we go. Noe Ramos. Coming, bro. But just imagine, okay, multiply this times like, I don't know, 500,000. In every jail, in every single jail in the United States, in every single prison, multiply it 500,000 fold, whatever. That's how it is. Hey, thank you very much, Suede, for the 99-cent super sticker. Thank you very much. While you're at it, guys, please understand we have our support pathways. You can find our support pathways. Let me put the banner up. A Cash App. Okay, you can check out my LinkedIn. There's support pathways at Cash App. You can send a super chat, super thanks, and you can go subscribe to my other backup channel as well as the Substack and such. If you need to email me anything, the link tree is posted at the top of the chat, so you can contact me there. But yeah, I just wanted to add that before we continue because we're going to continue now. But I'll let Noe finish his thoughts. Can you hear me now, Noe?
Yeah, I can hear you now. Sorry about that, Prof. I don't mean to agitate you about the audio.
No,
I
that
just couldn't
doesn't. It
hear you.
doesn't agitate at all.
Okay, I'm sorry. Yeah, I thought you were on mute, but
No, but let's. I mean, you were saying your final thoughts about these chomos in the Wabash. We're going to be done with the chomos of the Wabash
uh-huh.
County Hyatt Regency.
Yeah, man, it's a replica of the Kegan Klein, situation. The way I see it, and especially like this younger offenders, younger than 30. Kegan Klein, Kegan Klein was uh, under the age of 30 when he was actively uh, grooming, doing all that stuff. Well, I ran into a handful of these kids, right? And it's a replica of the situation. They've they're from North Central Indiana. They've had either broken or abusive families. Um, they there is CSAM involved. There is substance abuse. They're victims themselves, and then they become offenders. It's what's going on in North Central Indiana.
Yeah, it's an epidemic. That's what I've been saying. It's a plague. It's a
Hmm.
plague. It's the disease. It's the COVID of modernity.
Yeah.
So no, now I want to get into the meat of the matter,
The
the heart of
the
the matter,
the meats and potatoes.
as Mr. Forpit says. It's time for the meat and potatoes.
I I can't see the chat, so if
I'm gonna
anybody
put the good
asks
one. Can you
anything,
see the ones on the screen? I'll put the good ones on the screen.
okay, I can barely see him, Prof.
Well, that's okay. I'll read the
I
good
mean, I
ones
can
to
see your
you.
face and my face clearly, okay, but I can barely read them. I mean, and I'm wearing my top-notch specs. But anyway, yeah, let's get to the meat and potatoes.
So we need to
There's,
talk about.
uh-huh.
If you look at the title on my screen, my thumbnail says the terrorist. So we covered. So that was our attempt to cover the good old boys and the chomos of Central Indiana. But the good old boys have another problem on their hands, and that's the terrorist troll farm system of Central Indiana.
Also known as the bad actors.
You two bad actors. These are individuals tied to law enforcement of the counties in Indiana, and that includes Carmel, Indiana. That includes Wabash, Indiana, Lafayette, Indiana, Kokomo, Indiana, Delphi, Indiana, Peru, Indiana, Wabash, Indiana, Indianapolis, and
Greenwood,
Greenwood,
Fishers, Carmel,
Fishers,
Converse.
Converse. It includes pretty much every town in Indiana. These individuals, for the most part, it goes one or two ways. They either have a lengthy criminal history or they have direct relatives who are law enforcement officers, chiefs of police,
Yeah.
investigators, police commissioners, uh, Hell's Angels,
Yep.
outlaws, Freemasons, prosecutors, and judges.
Or they talk to Becky Patty.
Or they just talk to Becky Patty.
I'm sorry, Bravo.
So what we want to talk about tonight is what really lies at the heart of the matter here in the Delphi YouTube streets, or the YouTube sphere, the Delphi sphere. Because you will see the victims constantly being blamed for this shit. All of the victims of this group of people are always the one who are blamed for the way that they respond or react to the terrorism. And this is domestic terrorism. And it's funny. It's funny. The Darvo playing out, the victim blaming. Because you target people with the sole purpose of causing pain, causing chaos, confusion, and harm. And what do? They throw the stones and then they run away like little frightened children. And it's like they live off of this harm that they cause, like it's their fuel, like it's their life force, is the sadistic gratification from the harm that they cause in others' lives. And it's the number one problem. It's the reason for all of the chaos that you see in Delphi. And you always wonder, why is it so crazy? Well, there's a reason. It's called the domestic terrorist, twacked out, meth head, skinhead terrorist trolls of Central Indiana, working on behalf of Unified Command, the Chomos, and the the family while licking the balls of Jerry Holman, as Cryptic puts it. And so tonight I thought it would be interesting, Noe, to kind of talk about a little of that so that people can understand who don't often see, but maybe show them some examples of one of the things we've been dealing with. Because, everyone always complains, don't respond, don't bring the drama up. And so, okay, we won't. We won't bring the drama up. We won't mention names. We won't point fingers. And we won't talk about old situations. But what we will do is show you some evidence of true terrorism and harassment that has been going on now for 2+ years. And we have documented and forwarded to law enforcement for investigation purposes. So let me see if I can manage Noe to wit this here out, so to speak.
I hope that album I sent you helps. You should have some.
Well, I have a bunch, so we'll have to start slowly because this
Yeah.
they don't like loading on here, but I'll try to get the first few up.
I only have a handful of physical documents on me.
Okay, and what I'd like to do, I want to show them, and I want to kind of talk about them. Okay, we'll talk about them very slowly. We'll go through them one at a time. And in the midst of it, I'll try to upload the other ones because there's so much. It's even hard to upload because the StreamYard doesn't like too many files. But let's start with one like this. Now, there are 3 individuals, ladies and gentlemen. We have identified the perpetrators. We have identified the perpetrators behind all of this. And there are 3 individuals who are behind all this. These 3 individuals are at the center of the troll farm. And I want to show you this because this is a card that was sent to my son. So we're going to start with this one. This is a birthday card that was sent to my son. Hope your birthday is everything you deserve. With the Troll Farm sticker. What's the message here? Who's the only people that have possession of Troll Farm stickers to be able to even mail them out? Because these are custom-made stickers. Now, I remind you guys, there's been at least 50 of these letters. Okay, there's been at least 50 plus letters. Think about that. More than 50 times, these individuals have gone to the post box to drop these letters in the mail over a 2-year period. Mustaches. Because responding to this harassment means you're a Hitler. They're all dated. What's the message here? During this time of grief, this is another Hallmark card. During this time of grief, may you find moments of peace. ITF, Indiana Troll Farm. And if I bring you back to the first one, you'll notice Indiana Troll Farm. See, the state of Indiana, Indiana Troll Farm, Indiana Troll Farm. Indiana Troll Farm, ITF. With heartfelt condolences. During this time of grief, may you find moments of peace. Indiana Troll Farm. You'll notice the Troll Farm sticker in that one too.
It's crazy how far the troll farm has gone to even create a Indiana patch.
Yeah. Yeah. Here's just 6 of the 30 letters Noi has received. This is just a group of 6 of them. These appear to all be from July, August, September. July, August, September of 24. Here's a group that Rick Snay's received. Here are 3 or 4, that looks like 4 that Rick Snay has received. Who's doing this? Each one of these is a federal felony. Each one of these is a separate federal felony. Is the community okay with this? Oh, look. 7 more, including gum. Hey, Noe, who was it? I kind of remember someone saying that your breath stank at court. Do you remember? Someone whose name will go unmentioned?
My dear goodness.
A certain bitchalante.
Let's just call her the bitch.
The bitchalante, yeah. Who said your breath stinks, and two sticks of gum. Oh, that's pretty obvious. And look at what's there. And Noe got in my face in the courtroom, not once but twice. His breath stinks.
Who did that? Whose mail is that? That's not mine. Who did that go to?
That went to David Noe Ramos.
That did?
Mm-hmm. That's 7 of your letters with the screenshot folded up and 2 sticks of gum.
Okay, well I didn't. Okay, well I remember the gum.
That's from the Bichalantes. Each one of these is a separate federal felony. That's 7 more felonies right there.
I forgot I sent you that. You got more than I do. I spend at least an hour and a half looking for my
bro, I don't get rid of nothing. Yeah, I get rid of nothing. I have shit going back 4 years. Yeah.
I know I got more, but I just can't locate them anymore. That looks like my stuff, don't it?
Here's some of mine. Look at this. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. That's just 9 right there. That's 9 right there. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Oh, look at here. Someone has received a condom. This was in a troll farm envelope. Condoms to women. Condoms sent to women from the troll farm. And lube. That's lube and condom that was sent. Who would be sending this? This is a felony. This is being investigated right now by Postal Inspection Service, this one here. United States Postal Inspection Service is an interstate crime. Look at this one. To Noe.
Yeah, that's mine.
Better be careful pulling out your camera in a public restroom, Ruckus. You may find yourself in a cell with Donovan all of a sudden. That's my son. That's my son. So why are they sending this, referencing my son,
to me,
to Noe
and
in July of 24?
And they got Rockets there in the mix, don't they?
Yeah. Who condones all of this, by the way, and has for 4 years. Look at this. David Noi Ramos, July 24. ACV is HCC. ACV equals HCC. Why would someone send that? Why would someone risk a federal felony charge to send this to Noe? Here's another one. Sent to Noe in August of 24. Another felony. It's deeply unsettling that detectives sought out a dubious figure who was locked up with Keegan Kline. That's Noe. To see if he would testify about what Kline allegedly spilled in jail. While anything can happen, this strongly hints at a wider web of involvement tying David Noe Ramos to the wrongdoing. I suspect they're still untangling how many people were part of this, but they likely have enough to tie R.A., Richard Allen, and Ramos, David Ramos, to the crime at very least. The fact that they were taking the word of someone as shady and unreliable as this individual Ramos seriously enough to consider him as a witness speaks volumes. So, are they implying here that Noe's part of the Delphi murders? And that Noe's tied to Richard Allen? And of course, Richard Allen is guilty, and so therefore Ramos is guilty. So,
That's what it sounds like.
what the fuck is being said here? And is this
Well,
Murder Sheet? Is this a quote from Murder Sheet? Is Murder Sheet, who works on behalf of the Indiana State Police, were they trying to tie you to Richard Allen as part of this Delphi crime?
well, they're trying to tie my name, attach my name to it, but really fill in the blank. Someone else's name should go there, not mine.
Look at this. August 24. Look at this. David Noe Ramos, September 24. It's a photo of you in four pits on a canoe trip, and it's got a highlighter over your head.
Why, man? That's my, come on now. That's my stamp. Why do they do that to me?
Hope it was worth the felony.
I think I've seen other posts, shorts or something like that of a person who speaks highly about, hey, come on now. I'm 54. I should have a bald spot. They're targeting my bald spot, prof. What the heck?
Look at this one. David Noe Ramos, January of 25. January of 2025. Stanley Steamer. January of 25. September of 24, unhinged as Tom Webster. Unhinged as Tom Webster. Unhinged Tom Webster. October 24. Screenshot of a live chat. What does that say? It says, can you imagine how terrible life is for people like that Indian guy who walks around courthouses harassing people? His life must be lacking. It is sad, really. And look, it's underlined. His life must be lacking. And who do you have in there? Jinx 13. Shane Constantine. Gibbo. Honeybee. Necessary Evil. Olivia 2.
That's telling.
August of 24. David Noi Ramos. You're still here. It's over. Go home. Go. David Noi Ramos. December of 24. 3 dimes taped to a notepad with the word or the number 30 cents written there. 30 cents. What's the meaning of this? What is this supposed to mean? 30 cents, 3 dimes. All of these have a cryptic meaning.
Mm-hmm. I'm not stupid.
30 cents. July of 24. CJ works for FedEx, which we know not to be true. We knew not to be true at the time. CJ works for FedEx, which we knew not to be true. This is a direct threat. Look at this one. August 24. Wabash City Schools admit one.
That one bothers me. That one
6623. I identify as a danger. My pronouns are try me. That's a threat.
That one bothers me because you know that little green sticker, whatever it is, or it's a Wabash high school basketball game ticket. You know, where when they tear the ticket off and they give you one piece and you go in to watch a basketball game.
Mm-hmm.
You see the one with the W? That's the Wabash high school. It's a basketball ticket, and that came in on that in that envelope. That one bothers me.
I identify as a danger. My pronouns are try me. That's a threat. That's a direct threat. And guess what? A judge would feel the same. No, don't you think a judge would view this as a cryptic threat when there's been 50 of these sent out
Well,
within a
yeah,
2-year
but
period?
when you're talking about the good old boy system and there's no telling who did this, they
Well, we're
can't do
talking about
anything
federal
about.
judges because remember, this goes to federal
Oh,
court. This
oh,
goes to federal court.
okay, you're right. Okay, yeah. Well, I hope somebody listens then.
Here's this. September 24. What does this even say? In my back, Bubba?
In my back, Bubba.
And
And
it's a
that's,
picture of you playing the guitar. Is that a reference to shooting you in the back?
I don't know, but it's like a very closed up, and that could have been taken as from a screenshot from one of my videos, but I don't know, man. It just bothers me that is so in my space, in my home, in my shift make studio. Yeah, it's very personal,
In my back, Bubba.
very personal.
I take
Like
this.
I
See,
said.
if you put that one there next to this one, I identify as a danger. My pronouns are try me, and then you put this one in my back, Bubba.
Well,
Sounds like a death threat.
well, they're pretty much telling me that they're right around the corner. You know, that high
Here's
school ticket bothered
here.
me, and then that
Mhm.
one, it's just in my face, in my house, in my bag, Bubba.
This one here is from. I'm reading the date on it. This is October of 24, with the Know he got in in my face. His breath stinks. Now look at this one. 20th of February, 2025. Okay, 20th of February, 2025. Lube, strawberry flavored. A condom. And what is that there, Noe? Is that like a sock or something?
Uh, I I don't remember, Prof. It looks to me either like a face mask or something to cover your hair covering maybe. I don't know. I don't remember. I don't remember
All
what.
right. Well, let me try to interpret. So this is a sexual message. Okay, this is a
Mhm.
sexual message in February of 25. Lube, condom, some sort of cloth. You put this with all of those death threats. This is misuse of the mail system, harassment, terrorism. When there's 49 other envelopes that have gone out to several of us. Oh, it's here. Look, another one, two, three, four, five, six, seven.
Prof, and that's only what I was able to send to you um, that I found.
All
Not
of these
include,
are from 25,
not include,
2025.
not including the ones I have turned into my postmaster. I've turned in at least 20. And let me open the camera. What you guys are witnessing right now, which is how many did you say?
That's at least seven from this year. I mean, from
Right.
last year, from 25.
Yeah, that I have not bothered to open, which we're gonna open here tonight, live on the Prof. I have them right here in my hand. One, two, three, four, five, six, seven. Yeah, I stopped opening these things. Here's one. It's kind of
You see, March 25, February 25, May 25, January 25. Do you see the time range? Like, this has gone on for more than 2 years.
yeah. This one's kind of weathered. I got the box cutter. I got this one from the paper company. Let's open them here, Prof, and see what's going on. Let me show it on camera. Um, a washcloth, FUR, washcloth. Yeah,
Losing it
these were
live on
from
YouTube. These are our first time opening these, ladies and gentlemen.
yeah, these were from 2025 between February and June
Let me read this. Let's see.
before I went to the Hyatt Regency. I didn't open them. I said, "Screw that. I'm tired."
Jinx, Mustang likewise. He needs a back scratcher. Troll Farm doesn't want any part of his cocaine feud. Back it off a little bit. Any part of cocaine feud lunatics. Diane Smith, now I'll never see that. He needs a new flea collar if anyone is feeling generous. You can smell Noe through the screen. Is Noe still making voodoo dolls or voodoos? Troll Farm. So this is Troll Farm. So that what?
Did Did you finish?
Hmm. So these are This is your group of suspects. So this is they're telling us about themselves.
Yeah, I hear a lot of jinx and bitch and all that. sticker. You want to read it?
Yeah, gas, grass, glass. Like, makes no sense. What's in? Oh, okay. Let me see the date on that one.
Sure.
May 2025.
I'll read them as I go then. May 16th of 2025. Yeah, these are the most recent ones that I've received. And like I said, I stopped putting attention to them. And then before you know it, I found myself at the Hyatt Regency, so I kept them. This one is dated April 2nd of 2025. See what's in this one. I don't know what to say. Who's that?
That's my brother.
Oh, really? I don't know. I never met him.
So they're sending you a picture of my brother. Turn it over. Anything on the back? No.
It's blank.
Hmm. I take that as a
Wow.
threat to my family.
Wow. This one is March 8th of 2025.
Okay.
Ow! I'm just
Watch the
kidding.
finger note.
I'm just
You need that for the guitar.
This one says, "Who is the bottom? You or Josh?"
Let me see it. Let's see it. And what else is that?
And it's in a wifey. Assholes.
Who's the bottom? You or Josh? See how sexually charged a lot of this stuff is? It's either threats or sexually charged for the most part.
Sinister. This one is dated March the 21st of 2025.
We're losing it live on YouTube. All right. Let's see what we got here.
Well, this has got two sides. Noah Sark equals South Texas, now Wabash. YouTube at venue 3.
Noah Sark, South Texas, now Wabash, YouTube. Turn it over.
It says Fish Moon, Twisted Sister, West Side, and a little, like some kind of little map.
Fish Moon, Twisted Sister, West Side, Fields, Kroger. What's the one at the bottom say?
Oh my goodness. Let me turn this live on. HURD, Herd.
Fields, Kroger, Herd, Fish Moon, Twisted Sister, West Side. And flip it over again. Noah Sark, South Texas, now Wabash, YouTube at venue 03. Okay.
No
What's
clue.
on the inside of that thing?
What do you mean?
On the inside of that envelope, I see some printing.
Oh, you know what, dude? Hang tight. I didn't see that. It's like a sticker.
I
It's
can see it all the way from the
it's a
Colorado.
good eye, bro.
Yeah.
I'm gonna cut this wide open. Yeah, it's got a sticker.
All of this is going to the postmaster and law enforcement, by the way, ladies
Heck
and
yeah.
gentlemen.
I already talked to my postmaster again this past week.
They're expecting another delivery of these.
It says UIP. It's a sticker that was uh, placed on the inside of the envelope. It's a sticker.
What
I
does it
probably
say? No, don't peel it. Don't peel it.
UIP.
Or
Well,
turn
I
it
mean,
over.
I'm not gonna peel it, but I just want people to understand that it's a sticker.
Okay. Yeah.
It's a sticker placed inside the envelope with this message. This
Let's see what UIP means. Let me see if I can Google that real quick.
UIP. Somebody's making these stickers, man. Ain't some dude from Carmel got a little sticker machine?
Allegedly. All right. Let's continue.
All right. This one is I guess I went backwards, Prof. Sorry. I had them in order. This is February 6th of 2025. This one's long. It's kind of small. Um, teen society in general. Liberty German. And then it's got some script, some a script, some kind of script, and then at the very bottom, there's a sentence that's highlighted, and it says, "Someone is always watching your actions, and maybe if you do a good thing, they will follow in your path and do the same."
Stalking.
So,
Let's
so at the
put it close to the screen.
I will at the I'm gonna repeat this, so if you don't mind. Teens, society in general, Liberty German, number 509. And highlighted is someone is always watching your actions. And maybe if you do a good thing, they will follow in your path and do the same. Okay. Right there, it says Liberty German, number 509. There's the whatever title up there. Then it's a long script, and then you have your highlighted statement at the bottom. Can you read it, Prof? It's really small.
Thank you. I think we got it.
Okay.
We'll take some good photos of it and post it.
Yeah, it's really small. I'm not gonna read that whole thing, bro. Or should
It
I?
actually, to
I
me, it
probably
looks like
can.
a post from Liberty German.
I
Isn't
have
that
a dream that one day we can change the way society thinks. People should look perfect. To society, perfect is the smallest waist, the biggest butt, butt, the prettiest smile, and it even gets down to the little things like having the best eyebrows and makeup. I wish that we could stop all the bullying for not having a small, pretty body that everyone labels as perfect. I hope that we can change the way everyone thinks as perfect and start accepting women and men who have bigger noses, curves on their sides, and even the fact someone has an off-color hair that may not be in style today. That's the first paragraph, and I'm not gonna go through the rest, bro. Just you guys
Okay,
do
so
do what
you
you
know what
can.
this smells
It,
like to me? This is a post from Liberty German before she was brutally murdered in Delphi, Indiana. This is the victim who we're here for today. Liberty German. This is probably one of the last things she did in her life, and they're using this to terrorize and harass you. How fucking disgusting is that? You're going to take something from a brutally murdered victim, print it, highlight it, and mail it in the mail to harass Noe, and you're supposed to be a victim's advocate? What kind of fucking sadistic fucks would do that?
well, somebody's doing it.
Is that respecting the memory of those murdered victims?
The advocates. I'm a victim's advocate. I came to the hearing to advocate for the victims. Victims advocate. I'm sorry.
This is your Jinx 13. This is your Bossy. And this is to rescue all the pedophiles.
100%.
All right, let's continue. I'm sorry, I got a little upset.
Well, don't
That
push
one
me in that
upsets me
direction,
because
bro. Because I'm trying to be on my best behavior.
these are viciously murdered girls with their throats slit, who were made to be nude and sexually exploited before they were totally fucking mutilated and left out in the woods. And they're going to take some of the last artifacts of their lives and send them to us to harass us. And we know exactly who the fuck it is. This community should never allow these individuals around this community again.
Okay, this is the number 7 of what I have handy, because all the other ones, they're either at my post master or put away. But anyway, but I you showed plenty of them, Prof. This is February 11th of 2025.
Okay. A year ago, basically.
Uh-huh. So I get a Arch Relief Plus from Copper File. No, wait. Copper something. It's some kind of foot brace or something. I can't make of it. Any of it. I can't make anything
Arch
out
Relief
of it.
Plus. Okay. All right. And what
So
else we got?
Some kind of, yeah. And then here's the what came in. The envelope. Oh, a penny.
A penny. Yeah, try not to touch anything too much, Noe. I know my police had done some lifting of fingerprints and some forensics on them. I don't know if
There's
once
nothing
you
on the back. There's nothing on the back.
Mhm.
One side is
Fold it
blank.
up, try not to touch it. Yeah. That one may have fingerprints on the coin.
Well, it's taped. It's
Well, on the
taped to
tape,
the.
that's what I mean, on the tape. Don't touch
Oh, okay.
anything in there.
I haven't touched it. Nope. Yep. So that's the 7 um, items that I had available, readily available. I have all of them.
Thank you. Let me I'm gonna try to load some more slides while you pick that all up. Let's see.
Yeah.
Let's see.
I'm I'm pretty well organized, so I know where everything goes. I forgot that I had the first files were under my mattress because I was trying to make them uh, straight for you, so they're not bent. All the stuff that I acquired from the Wabash County Hyatt Regency, but I got everything. I'm a former school teacher, dude. I can organize myself very well.
Okay, I got some more coming. Let me see. Here we got these coming. If I can pull them up. All right, sorry guys. Take me a moment, but the community wants to know, and so we're trying to show you some of the contents of these letters. And just keep in mind that there's about 50 letters. We're only showing you about half of them tonight. Okay, so let me try to pull this up. Let's see. All right, here we go. Let's see. I'm gonna get. Let me just start with these. Let's see. I'm gonna send these in. Okay. All right, let's get them. Thank you, Suede. We got some more coming here. All righty. No, he's dipped out, but I'll explain this one while we wait for him. This is one I received. This is one I received here in Colorado. You'll notice it's a picture of Noe getting out of his vehicle. You see, Noe getting out of his vehicle. Now, here's the kicker. This was taken by a stalker. This was taken by a stalker. Here's the problem for you guys in the troll farm. You domestic terrorists, bloodlusty, bootlicking demons of Central Indiana. Here's your problem. This is evidence of stalking. Okay, because this was someone who was stalking Noe and ended up sending it to me to harass me, but to show me they could touch Noe. Okay, here's a message. We can touch him. Because what they did is they sat there, parked their car, took a picture of him, which means they were sitting. You can notice there, that's a 2-lane road. They're sitting in a parking spot, and they're watching him. And when he's going to get something out of his back seat, they're photographing and videoing him.
Let me say something really quick. That image was taken in the summer of 2024 when Rick Snee and myself were having a big fight. Okay? Mm-hmm. So the first thing that came to my mind was Rick Snee. That is the morning when I arrived Delphi, Indiana, and I opened my back door to retrieve my sketch equipment. And I walked straight to Rick Snee, and we met nose to nose in front of the Carroll County courtroom. So somebody was there to document that. If you guys
probably the same person who took the video, which was Gambies, wasn't it? Who is Gambies? Who is Gambies?
I
think I know. I
I
think I
haven't
know.
even heard of Gambi's ever since,
Okay.
but I think no. I personally I know who it was.
Did you see
I
who was
walked,
taking this image of you? Who
yeah,
took this
because
image?
I walked right by them. I mean, look at me. I'm right across the street from the court building in Carroll County, and I'm gathering my stuff to go confront Rick Snay face to face. You know that one image of me and Rick Snay nose to
Hmm.
nose. I'm pretty
Yeah.
sure it was 24 or no 23. It
Wonder
was
who took
23. It
this.
was 2000. I'm sorry, I misspoke. Let me correct myself. I've misspoke a couple of times in the past. It was in 2000 of 23. It was the hearing where the defense team was trying to get or take Richard Allen out of Westville, I believe.
Hmm.
Yeah. I sat by Julie Melvin and Frank Meister, actually.
Well, I'm more interested in who did you see in this vehicle taking a
Well,
picture?
we're getting there, but I want to be specific. I want to be specific. I arrived Delphi County and I grabbed my stuff. I parked right across the street from the court building and I grabbed my stuff and I rushed to go confront Rick Snay. And that's when that image was documented. And as I'm walking across the street towards the court building, one person caught my eye or caught my attention. I'm sorry, caught my attention, and that was Jinx. And Jinx was filming and uh, with her phone, and she was wearing a hoodie, a black hoodie. I believe it said Flora 4. And as I walked by her, she said, "Hi, Noe." And I kind of ignored her, you know. But when I heard Noe, I looked at her and she said, "I'm Jinx." And that was the first interaction I ever had with Jinx. It was, I'm
So
sorry,
this ties Jinx to this image right here, to
it was
these
some,
letters.
it gets better. So I kind of look through the corner of my eye and I see a big black SUV, which later I identified as Chris Long's vehicle
Mhm.
because I saw that vehicle in
Which
Peru.
ties this directly to law enforcement.
I saw that black vehicle, that black SUV in Peru, in Delphi, in Peru, in Fort Wayne, back in Delphi, and eventually Peru again when Kagan got sentenced. And that by that time I already knew who that was. Clearly, Chris Long. She was sitting around the front seat of Chris Long's vehicle, recording with the phone. And when I walked by her, she said, "Hi, Noe." And I looked at her and she said, "I'm Jinx." And I ignored her. I kept walking and I confronted Rick Snay. Murder Sheet was there. Frank Meister was there. Frank Meister was kind of like the middle guy trying to push us away, separate us. And all I was doing was getting in Rick Snay's face because he kind of had challenged me to do so, and I did. So that specific image that you are presenting tonight, that's I mean, if you guys look very closely on my left leg, I'm wearing a white bandana. I'm wearing a white bandana because I was on electronic home detention. So what they call EHD. So I had to wear a monitor on my leg, yet I had gotten special permission from my supervisor to travel to Delphi and attend this hearing to draw sketches. He thought that was something that he would allow me to do, and I did. So yeah, I remember this moment specifically, Prof. And when you reached out to me and said, "Look, bro, look at what I got," I was like, I was mad, obviously, and I reacted very inappropriately online on the internet, and I blamed Rick. and all that stuff, you know. But then thinking back, I'm like, who said hi to me? Who was she with? And then what happened after that in Allen County, in Miami County? I was like, I know exactly who took this freaking footage. And also, let me add to this that back then I was a member of
Shut,
Raucous Rocks podcast Discord,
shut
and
up.
I was a member of Raucous Rocks Discord, and I had a conversation with Jinx, and she clearly admitted to me that she had taken the footage, and she even sent me still shots, also known as screenshots, of me and Snee butting heads, nose to nose, in front of the Carroll
I see.
County courthouse
So that's
building.
your culprit for this, then.
Yeah, it was her.
Yeah.
I and I'm not look, I am not starting any beef with her. I'm not insulting her. I'm not
Well, but
calling
this
her
all
names.
ties back to her. Let's be honest. This all
Well, of
ties
course,
back.
dude, that's where I'm trying to get. I'm trying to be as clear as I can.
Okay, sorry.
Noe telling the story.
I'm losing it live on YouTube. Losing
It's
it live.
all don't lose it live, Prof. And don't get mad at the audience if they can't hear you. Just remain calm. We'll eventually hear you.
It's the victims of trauma. Okay, we're
Yeah,
traumatized, so we
that's
behave
who it
irrationally.
was. That's who it was,
So I'm
and
moving
there's
on.
no doubt.
Moving on. We called this spade a spade. Okay, so we got here Robbie Jim, Montrose, Colorado, from Indianapolis, Indiana, July 2024. Kristen Deffenbow. Kristen Deffenbow. Who would be sending me this? Who is sending me from Indianapolis, which is the sorting center? So this could be from anywhere in the county surrounding, but this is coming out of the Indianapolis Center, 460, on July 9th, 2024, sent out to Robbie Jim in Montrose, Colorado. Yours truly, Kristen Deffenbow, who is a certified Troll Farm member. Why are they sending me a Troll Farm member's information? How does Kristen feel about this? Does Kristen Deffenbow approve of this? Can't hear you, bird.
Is that Kristen behind the
Refrigerated.
refrigerator?
Uh-huh.
What? Wait. So what was the last name?
Deffenbow.
Who
All
exposed
right.
that last name? Oh, you don't know. You
Troll
know.
Farm. Okay,
Yeah,
here's
Troll
another
Farm.
one. Robbie Jim. Look. Okay. Let me go back to the other one. July 9th, 2024. Okay. So now we're at July 22nd, 2024, because they can't go more than a week without sending another one. Robbie Jim, Montrose, Colorado. Same sender. And look at what they send. Chris Chadwell posting December 10th, 2015, in a relationship with Nealyn Westfall, December 10th, 2015. Why would they send me this? 2 kids. And we got another one.
The fuck?
July 26, 2024. They couldn't even wait more than a week. A few days later, I get another one. Robbie Jim, Montrose, Colorado. What do we have now? This is from Murder Sheet's complaint against Angela Sedlowski. To the members of the North Carolina Social Work Certification and Licensure Board. I'm writing to file a complaint against a North Carolina licensed clinical social worker associate. I'm neither client nor a colleague or supervisor. My name is Anya Kane. I'm a journalist, quote unquote, living in Indiana. I work with my husband and partner, journalist and attorney, quote unquote, Kevin Greenlee. I'm a filing complaint because I've been the target of a months-long Da da da. Angela Sedlowski. So why am I receiving this? Then there's this one. To Noe on October 11, 2024. David Noe Ramos. 2 dimes. 2 dimes. Kind of waiting for Noe to see what he thinks about this one.
Sorry, Prof. I'm here. I muted myself.
Oh yeah, couldn't hear you, but
I don't know. I don't know what to put. You know what to put together in my mind at all with the coins.
maybe
I mean,
you're
the other one
broke.
had 3
You're
dimes.
broke.
This one's got 2.
I don't know. You're the only one of this group because look, none of these people have jobs, right? None of these people have jobs except for working for the Indiana State Police and the biker clubs.
Yeah, I don't know what to say. I mean, I understand the little note cards with cryptic. Well, I don't understand them, but I can read. Say, okay, well, they're trying to send me a cryptic message. But when it comes to the coins, I've had what a penny. This is 2 coins, and then I had the one with 3 coins. Some kind of Mason bullshit. I don't know, dude.
And we got another one. We have someone receiving a condom.
That's me, ain't it?
No, this is another individual
Oh, okay.
who received a condom. So this is something I found on a YouTube video. It says Coach Cruz is live. The trolls are here. I'm going home. They can stay over here forever. Or is this your hand? Is this your
It looks
vehicle?
like my hand, but that's why I said that was me. But I don't
Oh,
know. I don't know my
I'm
man.
sorry. Well, this is all in my screenshots. I thought this was one of the women in the community because let me
It
say
it could
this.
be. It could be.
Let me see. There's a bunch of women. There's a few women in the community have
Oh
received
yeah,
condoms and lube, and I
yeah.
thought this was one of them, but apparently I'm wrong. This is just probably you
Uh-huh.
because this looks like a screenshot from your channel. So I'm sorry, I got confused
And it
on
looks
that.
like my hand. But
Hmm.
yeah, I know that there's several women who have received, which you haven't mentioned yet, and we know who they are: DD and PO, Peggy O.
And and there's someone else the community has. Let me see if I can grab that. There's another one from the community, but I have to pull it up on the screen. Let's see. I forgot about one that I wanted to show. These things take time. Sorry. I'll show you this one. Well, I won't take the time to load it. It's fine. There is someone else. There are multiple others who have received this shit. So let me see. Then there's this one. This is the flip side of that other one. As you can see, October, 20 cents, and it's someone playing soccer. So that's the flip side of this one. Yeah. Anyway, I think that covers enough examples of the terrorism by U.S. Postal Service.
Well, all I can say is that I've met with my postmaster several times. There's police with my local police. Uh, Officer Monroe is who I talk to. I talked to Officer Monroe with the Wabash Police Department, and I also talked to Tyler Gannon with the Sheriff's Department of Wabash County. Um, and people are probably wondering, well, why are you naming them? Because maybe I should. Um, so there's, oh my goodness, and I get every time something like this happens, which I haven't in the past 8, 6, 7, 8 months. I haven't reached out to them in regards to this, at least. There is a track record with my local police department. There is a track record with my local postmaster. And I know that Indianapolis, which is the branch, or whatever, investigative, USS, USPS investigative unit in Indianapolis, who oversees this kind of activity. They are they're aware that this has happened to me within the past 2.5 years. Um, I do my part. I have never ever. Well, I can't, but I've never corresponded with any of these individuals because typically I don't get a return address. Um, I typically get either a fake address or my own address, or sometimes by mistake Peggy O's address.
Well, that wasn't
but
by,
we
well,
but we do get a stamp.
I guess when it went to her, that wasn't a mistake. True. Well, it was and it wasn't. Like, the deal with that was they were trying to send you
A
that
birthday card.
piece so that you would get her address so that you would then uh, harass her or dox her or
They were
whatever
trying to
when you
frame
got
her.
out. Uh-huh. Or
They were
frame her. It was also framing her. So it's kind of both. It was two birds with one
they
stone.
were trying to frame her, and I don't know much about it, Prof, because I was in the cage. But what I'm getting is they were trying to frame her. They made a huge mistake, and the huge mistake was that they sent it to the actual physical address of the Hyatt Regency here in Wabash County, Indiana. Uh, Not being aware that that's not allowed. In order to correspond with an inmate in Wabash County, there is a separate
Mm-hmm.
isolated address that you need to mail your mail to, and then they sort it out, and then they provide it to the county and the inmates eventually. So these people, they made the mistake of sending that correspondence to the actual physical address of the Hyatt Regency, the Wabash County Jail
Mm-hmm.
in Wabash. So when Wabash County got it, what they did was what normal people do, which is return it.
Well, like I said, I think everyone needs to realize this shit ain't acceptable. Okay? Shit is not acceptable. This is supposed to be about these two little girls right here.
Mm.
And there's absolutely nothing in all of this that we've seen tonight that reflects or respects appropriately on those two little girls. And this community should not stand for it. I think it's time that everyone call a spade a spade. Find us sending out these letters. Find us repeatedly calling law enforcement. Remember the screenshot I showed you recently, Noe? More than 10 times. More than 10 times calling on you with false reporting.
You know, I don't have time for that.
Calling employers.
I don't have time for that BS, prof.
Calling family members.
No, what I will stand by is record, report, and publish.
Mm-hmm.
Now that is legal within the boundaries of law.
Mm-hmm.
You know,
everything has been documented and will be reported to law enforcement. And
I have never called anyone's employer. I have never mailed any type of whatever, cryptic, harassing mail. I don't have time for it, bro. I know that I've been around Allen County, Peru, and Delphi, whatever, with my phone recording and doing walks and stuff like that. But that's within the boundaries, you know. I know that, um, you know, I'll admit it. I've done that, but I've not done the extent of what has been done to myself and to others, many others. Yeah, it's like when it becomes personal, like trying to get someone fired, getting stuff sent to their place of residence. Um, not to mention all the stuff that's published, you know,
all
lies,
this, yeah,
negativity, da 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 da.
Mhm.
Yeah, I'm gonna let you take over for a minute. I gotta do something real quick.
Okay. Well, guys, my opinion is what you're seeing here, this troll farm, is one of the tentacles of the good old boy system of central Indiana. We're protecting the killers, protecting Keegan Klein, protecting the Dropbox, and protecting everyone who that Dropbox would open the door into, that entire world. The tentacles, one of them. And there are multiple tentacles. And the fact that these tentacles have been wrapped around the YouTube universe that covers Delphi for 8 years now, you all have to understand why what has transpired has happened. As you've watched YouTube, as you've seen it all play out, as you've seen all the chaos, the lies, the disinformation, the people who come and go, you've seen deaths. And these people from the beginning, many of them who were there in Delphi on that day. You wonder why. Delphi coverage has been compromised since day one. YouTube is infested with them, and you wonder why. And what you're seeing here are the symptoms of that infestation. Why? As I mentioned, why? Over the murders of two little girls, would you ever see something like this? For 8 years, it has sustained itself since day one. It's time for the public to wake up and draw a line. And it's time for you to understand why you've seen what you've seen from us. My community post is not harassment. You go down there 2 years deep. That's not harassment. That's whistleblowing. That's truth telling. My reactions to the harassment and abuse for more than 3 years now, that's not harassment. That's truth telling. The banning of people, that's shaking off fleas. The wars, it's battling evil itself. It's time for us all to acknowledge the truth. You've seen the defamation, the smear campaigns, the straight up lies. It's all played out for the most part in front of your eyes, right here in the public view. And you wonder why. Anyhow, any final words, Noe?
Yeah. Well, first of all, I want to say, and I want to apologize to everyone and anyone who I have, you know, offended and or disrespected. Been around the community since 2022, and I've been to a lot of these public event, or these events in Delphi, Peru. I know that I am guilty of a lot of, like the loosened lives, the posts, shorts, etc., etc. I want to apologize to anybody who I have caused any type of distress and frustration. Um, but what I bring here to the table tonight is reality, and we're never gonna figure out who's at fault. The tick for tag. You did this to me, so I do that. You know, I mean, like what I did to Rick Snay, it still haunts me. But it was a matter of like we were just fighting. And I really wish that I could take it back, but I can't. But what I can do is try to be better, especially for within this community, because this community is about the girls. You know, that's the most important thing. And we need to comprehend, think about it, and know that anything we do, and it reflects upon who you are, where your heart is at, etc. So I want to apologize to the community as a whole. You know, uh, the ones on this side and the other ones on that side, and the ones who are just in the middle. Um, I I do I am continuing my process of trying to be better. I'm not perfect. We know what happened last year. But it's just a matter of me trying to be better, a better person. And I brought all these things to light, and I try to do my best in presenting. It's what's happening. Okay, I am not very happy. I'm not cool with it. It burns inside. The only thing I can do is record, report, and publish, which is why I do this. Uh, but I'm not gonna do. I'm not going to get it. You know, like I'm not doing any more shorts and stuff like that. I here within the last few weeks, I tend to go that way, and I want to offend and get back tick for tack, but it's not worth it. So I hope anybody who catches me doing that, put me on check, please. And, um, yeah, I'm just gonna move on, Prof. Move on forward. It's not worth the. I mean, what they did to you, bro. You know, I remember back in 23 when you disappeared for 3 months. I remember all the stuff that, and I was getting both sides of the story. I was getting your story, and I was getting the story on Ruckus's Discord, and I was like, something is freaking off here. So that's why I've done the things I've done.
Hmm.
You know, I have no hard feelings against anyone. Like if Jinx came up to me and said, "Noe, Shish, you know what? I did this, this, and this to you, and I didn't like what you did to me. Let's talk about it." I would have a talk with Jinx. Um, I mean, most recently, I had that huge talk with an individual who told me, "Look, do you remember this post about your niece?" And I was like, "Yeah, I do remember it." And she was like, "That was me." I was like, "No way! I could have swore it was
Someone else.
someone else." And
Yeah.
but she came clean, bro. And now I'm fine with that person. You
Well,
know,
you
at
know
that
what?
moment, at the time, I
Apologies are
was like, I
necessary.
wanted to kill them, but now I'm like, gosh, you came clean with me. That means a lot to me.
Apologies, genuine apologies,
Genuine,
and
sincere.
genuine actions. Remember, thoughts, words, and deeds. Those are your three pillars: thoughts, words, and deeds. And genuine thoughts, words, and deeds and apologies prove themselves. And that's all it takes. And I've already opened the door to a bunch of people because of these genuine apologies and genuine good faith actions. And that's what we are asking the whole community to do. Step up. And
A
with that
great
being said,
example. A great example, like me and Snake, bro,
we
or
both of
Snake and
us
I.
would say, but with many, because there's many
Yeah.
that I put the water under the bridge. I mean, I'm not going to go into detail, but the point is step up, because there's no way in my real life I would be interacting with anyone so fucking evil or so pathetic. So in my real life, the way that I would behave with people, the way that I am, the person that I know that I am, that's who I am here, and that's what I expect out of all of you. To be who you are, know who you are,
You know,
and act appropriately.
if someone came up to me and said to me, "Hey, Noe, I'm behind all these letters, man. I was angry. I was mad, you know. I disagreed with you or whatever the reason is, but they came up to me, whether it's Zoom, Messenger, face to face, or on text or on a phone call, and they came up to me sincerely and genuinely and said to me, I'm responsible for all this, bro. I would be like, you know what, man? It's not worth it, you know. I would have a sincere respond to it, but nobody wants to step up. They want to keep going.
Well, they'll step up when the cuffs are coming on. That's when. Because you cannot do this using the U.S. Postal Service. It's unacceptable. They don't want it, and they won't have it. So, good luck with that.
Yeah. Well, anyway, Prof, just to round it, bring it back. I want to thank you for having me again. I want to thank your audience, and I hope that this is just a good example of what not just you or me, but many others within this community have gone through. People have lost jobs, they've lost their marriages, their all that
Sure have.
lives.
It's been horrible.
Mhm.
And all over the murder of 2 little girls.
Yeah.
Unacceptable and sad.
So with this said, that's my final thought, bro, and
All right.
and I will talk to you next time.
All right. We'll talk soon. Thanks, Noe.
All right. Say good night
You're
to your
champ, bro.
audience. I did not read a single comment. Say good night. I'm gonna go hop on the chat and we'll take it from there, bro.
All right. Good night, Noe.
Thank you, sir.
All right. Noe's out. Everyone give him a round of applause. Tell him thank you, please, so much. Well, it was a nice visit with Noe, and I think I said what I had to say. So I hope that everyone understood what I had to say and can accept it. And it was a tough show and a long show. So with that being said, I'm getting out of here too because we're going on the 4-hour mark. And you wonder how I'm late? You try making time for 4 hours in your day. But yeah, apologize for the tardiness, but I was able to get all of our slides together. And I was able to get Noe coordinated, and I was able to get myself done. And so thank you all for being here. And with that being said, I'm out. We're going to get out of here, and we're going to go out on a good note, okay? So we'll see you guys later. All right. Peace out.
kind of gross and icky, and I feel like it tells us more about them than the people they're trying to degrade. They're always trying to degrade someone. But baby, I've been growing ever since I let you go, and I've been doing better, and I know that hurts to know, hurts to know. Only good vibes around me, and that's for sure. Only good vibes, good vibes, good vibes, good vibes. Only need good vibes, good vibes, good vibes, good vibes. Only need good vibes. Can't lie. Only need good vibes, good vibes, good vibes, good vibes. You see me searching for my inner peace. I've been learning more about myself and my purpose. Truth always come to the surface. Was hurting, but I had to heal. Releasing all the pain that I always held. Been going through some changes, I'll make it still. Protecting my soul to keep it real. Only need good vibes, good vibes, good vibes, good vibes. Good vibes, good vibes, all we need good vibes. I can't lie, I need good vibes, good vibes, good vibes, good vibes.
Bruh.